Hello, hello. Buh, buh, buh. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the 3 stream streak, Never Mind Life. So I was playing earlier, and we finished case 4. Case 4 was fine. It was short, but I wouldn't say the case itself was compelling. I think near the end it got kind of like contrived in a way. Like it was written backwards with an end goal in mind, and I don't know. The whole point, it felt like it just set up the last minute twist where Athena's implicated, and I guess it's set up for the next case. This one's a little bit more interesting, though. We stopped at a very interesting time, and I couldn't, like, I was like, damn. All right. Yeah, so, like, Edgeworth literally shows up. So I'm like, damn. I was already happy that Pearl showed up. You know, Pearl's the GOAT. But yeah. This is 7 hours? Okay, I think I bit into like an hour and a half already. Edgy boy, yeah. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? Hello, Valmandra. This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times back when he was a prosecutor. But now... Look at my badge has a little power? Yay. Is that... Yeah, I see it. Yeah, it's starting to sprout. Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you? He's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon it'll be a year, right? A title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? Da, 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 da. So, what are you doing here, Edgeworth? The captor chose me as the prosecutor for the UR1 case. Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time that I had. I'll give you a rundown. You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thanks. I appreciate this. I could really use the help. Edgy boy, yeah, edgy boy. I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was psychologist Dr. Metis Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime photos and the police notes on them for you to see. Oh. What a terrible way to die. Da, da. This other photo shows the other side of the room, I see. Oh, hey, it's a capsule right here. Yeah, I have a feeling like this is like evidence, decisive evidence that got destroyed. I also have the autopsy report for you. Okay, autopsy report added to the court record. Stab wound to the chest. Weapon pierced the heart, and so death was instantaneous. Okay. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch. Yes, Director Cosmos mentioned this too. Emo Athena? Oh my gosh. No, not Emo Athena. I can't. Emo Apollo's already too much. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor. Da, 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 da. I hear his trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only 1 section. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him too. The security camera video and a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall. But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive? To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. So that means he must still be hiding something. Right. And there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know. The part about the spy, right? Right. How on earth do you know about that? Director Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets. Oh my god, yeah, because of Turnabout. Fuck, Turnabout. I forgot what it was called. Bridge to the Turnabout. She keeps a pretty big secret in that one. Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Black Quill of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. Into Japanese culture is crazy, I know. But if you can prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we can say the execution? It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you any way I can. Thanks, Edgeworth. Now all I have to do is comb this room for evidence. Let's do it together. Okay, examine time, right? This is one heck of a robot. There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judge Tron JT-02. I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet. He's right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either. They were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. So it was long gone by the time someone took his picture, huh? But you can see the probe in this newspaper photo. Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side. Oh, this looks familiar. Am I? This looks very familiar. At least the pattern does. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Moon rock linked to the bomb. Clearly this will be evidence. Oh, you know what actually pissed me off about case 4? Oh, it's gone now. But in the photo of like the 2 astronauts that was taken by the security camera or whatever, how did they not notice the number 2 in the background of the launch pad? For those who have played this case, how did anyone miss that? I mean, there's probably an explanation, but I'm still like annoyed that like no one just like Black Quill probably could have figured that out. Like, the entire time in the case, you're supposed to believe it's launch pad 1 or something, but like from the beginning of case 4, and then at the very end, you turn the case around because you point out the 2 in the background. I'm like, isn't this like it's not that obvious? It's kind of obscured. But it feels like the type of thing that the investigation would figure out before you did. And it'd be like, well, actually, your theory is bunk because of this. And then they point it out. And then, you know, Phoenix crashes out. Anyway, that's just me being nitpicky. That strange black and yellow thing on the... People in Ace Attorney operate. There's no such thing as 2. 0 and 1. That's true. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture. Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there. So the person who stole it, think it was our spy? I'm sure of it. Dr. Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Black Quill is the culprit. It's about as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench. Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor? What's it? Oh, I don't see it. Oh, it's this thing. Okay. This is the food processor. The ninja food processor. That isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule. It was scheduled to be loaded into Hope's space probe that fateful day. The 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. The first on the scene, huh? A staff member and 2 police officers, wasn't it? And they were here to collect the capsule. Which reminds me. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Paul and Ara Blackwell? I wonder what they're talking about. Edgeworth, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? Oh, you mean this? It's custom made, shock resistant bag. But how did you know? Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. So he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? Ninja Fortnite food prisoner? Yes. Hope capsule updated in the courtroom. Crime scene 7 years ago. It was launched to space and only returned to Earth a few... Yeah, because this is the day before the launch. Okay, yeah. So that makes sense, at least. What's this? It looks like a giant power plug. It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station. It does look like one. That's a charging station for us robots. We come here periodically and charge ourselves up. Wow, machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool. If our batteries run out and we lose consciousness, we never know what Miss Ara will do to us while we're down, you see. Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh? You got it, boss? Yeah. Like, you got it, boss. The orbital from Zexel. Hey, look at this row of rolling cases. I bet the wheels make it easier for people to move heavy research materials around. I bet they'd be fun to ride around in. We could even probably both fit into the biggest one. I know, we could have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us. I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs. Would Edgeworth do that? He's not that. That's something Maya would do. What's this? A giant robot arm, maybe. It's pretty big for an arm, but you're right. I think those thin parts here are finger bones. They're even about as long as my legs. There's a spiked ball and giant drill on the floor, too. Is Ara trying to build some kind of weapon of massive destruction? Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something. I can picture her gleefully tearing down the street doing just that. I better not think about it anymore. Ara's kind of scary. I'm not gonna lie. You know what they say about big hands? Yeah. Oh my god, a little expression. I don't know, Ara's the, like, if she was a teacher, she'd hit you with a ruler. That's the vibe I get from her. Ara's desk is a mess, though that doesn't surprise me. Ooh, I just want to dive in and straighten it up. Wait, before you do... Metis. No, thank you. Not specifically. We do not need to specify. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. It's Metis. Blanco, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal. You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area. Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman. What was Ara like 7 years ago at the time of the incident? When Mother died, Miss Ara was confused. Huh. so he calls Dr. Sykes' mother, but Ara Blackwell, Miss Ara. With the loss, she exhibited severe catecholamine imbalance. Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means. Pardon me, searching for alternative expression. She would spend the nights crying and then take out her feelings on those around her. After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well. Why is there a clanker in my Ace Attorney claim? Don't worry, it's relevant to the plot. Don't worry. That is correct. Without new evidence, her requests were ignored. And then, little by little, Miss Ara began to change. They did do a robot uprising earlier, though. So, your fears of clankers are not unfounded. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Ara. No, not the imprinting. And before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Clonkoha. That murder destroyed so many lives. Right. Take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackwell's research. Ponko and Clonko. There's a robots with hearts that Dr. Sykes created. Luddites rise up. We must stop the Luddites. Alright. Ponko series features. Can determine the presence of a human with their heartbeat detection system. Okay. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag. Can also recognize a person by facial right features once the face has been registered. Can infer people's emotions by analyzing the tone of voice and communicating with them. That's actually pretty kind of sophisticated. Scanning their spacesuit, or I'm sure this can be relevant too. Yeah, I think yeah. A heartbeat detection system that determines when a human is present. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag or facial features, and they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might even be more human than you. Okay, that's fucked up. Edgeworth is cold, but it's like a product of his, like, you know, insane logical mind. See, that's why I can't picture him gleefully like pushing someone down like a flight of stairs. I don't know. I don't think he would find that like worth doing. Maybe that's just like Phoenix like projecting or something, but it's pretty funny. What's that supposed to mean? It kind of sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. Robots with a heart added to the court record. Explains recognition communication features of the Ponko series robot. Oh, look, it's a little robot. I wonder what it does. Cleaning, maybe? A cleaning robot must follow humans' orders as long as it causes no human harm. Yikes, it talks. Isn't this like one of Asimov's like 3 laws of robotics? A cleaning robot must keep desk clean without violating preceding clause. However, Miss Ara says she prefers a moderate level of clutter on the desk. Oh, what is the purpose of my existence? I guess slack off and cut some corners aren't in his vocabulary bank. Yeah, I think that was a reference to Isaac Asimov's laws of robotics. It looks like when Phoenix says Edgeworth would push me downstairs, he really means Edgeworth would kiss me on the lips. Yeah. It looks like an operating table. It's in the photo too. Yes, it was here then as well, with the victim's body lying on it. There's a button here. Ooh, I know. I'll try pushing it. Pearls, don't touch. Oopsie. Hey, it's moving. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls. Look at that. Emergency ladder. Okay, yeah. Yeah, button. Ah! Look at that. You just went, wee! Oh my god, it's just gonna loop it. Oh my god, it's so good. Okay, okay. An emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the evacuation. The explosion disabled the elevators, so I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. As Miss Blackwell was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside. I wonder which would have been scarier, that or looking down. Lower to the ground. Just use evacuate. Okay. Okay, I guess we're done. Well, I guess that's about it for this room. So, what do you think, right? Any ideas? There are still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth? What? He did? Yep, he called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred. Oh, that's so funny. Okay. So that's what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back? Yep, the Black Quill case. Dang, it's all connected. Right, I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicions. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? I haven't been one for a long time. That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return. I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the dark age of the law. Very soon, a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now. Special Chris? Yeah, I know. So you this is the Dark Dank Souls? Okay, this is the Dark Souls of the courtroom, okay? You never know how the... what logic the Ace Attorney devs are forcing you to operate on. Okay, I was gonna say something about Danganronpa, but I don't think I need to drag Danganronpa. That's pretty fucked up. Okay. Dark Souls Ace Attorney ripoff anyway. Right. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. I know that the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. It looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah, it's for this very reason I returned. Time to bring it to an end. I'm going to end the dark age of the law. That's what this is all about. The dark age of the law? It sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in the papers. I mean, I kind of get what they're going for, the dark age of the law, assuming that Blackwell was wrongfully convicted. And there was like fraudulent evidence, that corroborated his conviction. Like this was probably like the first case, like the epicenter, and then since then, probably something behind the scenes ensure that this became regular practice. Good hit, to be honest. Yeah. So I get why they spam it all the time, but it does make it seem like more. I guess I don't know, to someone who's like picking up this game, I don't think they're that invested in the legal system of the Ace Attorney world. So it just comes off as just like, okay. Like because it doesn't really directly affect the characters unless they become um accused or what's it called, like it doesn't really have any bearing on Pearls, for example, or anyway, point is, I don't know. I'll do more extended thoughts later when I do like a tier list or something of the cases, because it does remind me of the case in AA4 with La Mirror. But I don't want to yap too much. And I hear there are more false charges and fabrication of evidence than ever. I miss Jen as much as I mentioned Ritual Jin. Oh, hell nah. The fact that you have a non-zero amount of like oh my god. I feel like Jin would come back at some point. Like I genuinely even I'm not saying it should come back and it could come back, but all right, they brought back Instant Fusion. I don't think they're comparable, but like I actually okay. There's actually a reason to bring back Instant Fusion because you have Predaplants and Fairy Tail, and like technically Tear Laments getting buffed is a side effect of that. I don't know. I can just see a world, just like how people say like, oh, they can see a world with Project Greed at one. When I became chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence. I'm assuming that's Phoenix, right? And the year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. Wait, did you mean? That's right. He's talking about my case and Prosecutor Blackwell's. It was a downward spiral after that. An absolute nightmare. After those two cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and therefore, before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. Okay, so yeah, okay. It's kind of what I'm trying to say. It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors are supposed to trust each other. Do you think more bums that can't rap? I haven't seen the phrase bum rap used in a while. But bum rap is just slang for false conviction. I forgot what rap stands for. But it's kind of, like rap sheet and all. That's another slang, rap sheet. Which is like your criminal history. So like bum is just saying like it's a false like addition to your rap sheet. I see. Rap. Yeah. Yeah. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together. Okay, to be fair, this is not guaranteed. I feel like in the world of Ace Attorney, most of the time prosecutors serve an antagonistic relationship. It's like only rare that I feel like unique, like Phoenix and Edgeworth are like a unique case of them working together. In fact, Edgeworth was very focused on trying to get a perfect record or whatever, and eventually, when he goes soul searching, he figures out he wants to, help Phoenix. That was part of his growth. Except Gavin Brothers. Okay, except Gavin Brothers, yes. But yeah, but I feel like, I guess this is like, it's not an expectation I was expecting in the Ace Attorney world. It's very, very, it feels idealistic. It's so sad when people began to cast out. They start lying to themselves and each other. Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. Is it just me, or did his brow get even more furrowed than last time I saw him? The hostage taker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of the times. It sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be? Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots. It can really only be Aura Blackwell. Who else but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly? Right, Edgy wearing glasses? Yeah, he's Unk. Hold on, how old is he now? I think what's called Phoenix is like 38 or 37 or something like that. Wait, what the hell? This guy's an astronaut at 33? That's crazy. Oh my god, not 6'7". 34. Okay, he's 34. 37? That's what I was saying for okay, I guess Phoenix isn't here. Oh, I didn't even realize they have like a Wait, what do they have for the robot? Robot. Question mark. Question mark. How about you? 27. 33. Okay. Simon Blackwell's older sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing is for you to solve UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocence. And then maybe she'll release... Oh, fuck. Trucy, I think? To release the hostages. I'm counting on you, right, to set that prosecutor and those hostages free. And I'll be counting on you in court to help me too. Of course. I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth. As this is an official trial, I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox. Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation? Yeah, but I'd like to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena. She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center. So I'm still being watched, huh? I'll see you in court, Edgeworth. Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it'll be good to face you in court again. Yeah, the fan service. I did like the Clavier fan service, so that was this is, you know. Da, da, da. Okay, well, I think we're almost done. I think the trial's next. Oh. She was right by my side, but only a few short hours ago. But I feel like I haven't seen her in ages. Oh, Mr. Wright. And Pearly, too. I knew you would come. After all, the first step is the interview with a defendant. And because you're my friend and I was worried about you. Heh. Thanks, boss. I'm not the only one who's worried either. Really? Who else? I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself she came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place. Oh. Oh my gosh, the little... Oh, so you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you. That's alright, but there are some other things I'd like to ask you. Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you. Are you sure? A ton, yeah. Tell me about the day Clay was murdered. I was actually at the Space Center that day. Bruh. In the Space Museum. Right where the culprit fled to? That's not good. I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went... Maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that. So I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said closed for repairs, and they weren't letting anybody in. Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there. But I snuck in anyway. Did you want to see that Hat 1 group photo? The one with your mother in it? I did. But what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes? Hat 1 exhibit updated, okay. But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow. But I guess I passed out. Worm. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me. Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave? How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena? I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into the boarding lounge too. My mind must have still been fuzzy because my memory's vague after that. Remember how I got home? No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough. Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay? Uh-oh. I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. During the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course, I believe her. But will anybody else? What kind of research was Dr. Seitz, your mother, doing? Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice. And my special ability. Someday when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt. Wow, robots that can understand people. I was just a convenient subject for her research. All she could ever do was work, and she never paid any attention to me, bruh. Oh, sorry about that, dredging up all that old stuff. No need to apologize. I guess her home life was complicated. Oh, by the way, Miss Wood said something about you always wearing headphones. She always wore those big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her, as part of her research. I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen. What were they for? Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. But I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand. Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research. I want to believe that. But just about the only things my mother left me with are widget. And this earring. You know what? I just realized. No. No, I don't see. Oh, it's beautiful. It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for research. Maybe she did love me, in her own way. I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. Because that's what I want to believe too. Moon rock earring, let's go. Here for listening to sick beats, yeah. I'd better ask her a little more about her mother's research. I should show her that paper I found in the robotics lab. Oh, the Ponko series. You must have gone to the robotics lab. You seem to really love Ponko and Klonko. Yeah, my mother made them and I grew up around them, you know? Yeah, the little wrapped arm thing does match up with the Simon Blackwell photo here. Just the thoughts. This is the last case. I remember you mentioned this one has DLC. So for the, believe this the timeline. I think this is the last case. Like okay, yeah. Then there's one more DLC case. Yeah. So I think for the game itself, it'll wrap everything up in this case. But yeah, there's another DLC case. I think I remember people liking this one. It has to do with like orcas. SeaWorld or something like that. So it's like it's definitely lighthearted or something. I don't know. Maybe it's like yeah, okay. Orcus? Yeah, Orcus. Orcus Nightmare. The SP is the Oracle. Okay. So it's longer than Case 5. I guess to make it more, like worth it to purchase for DLC, they had to make it long. SP is longer than Case 5. Yeah, bye. Okay, SP. Buh. Oh, you mean buh. No, okay. No, I get you. Yeah. Alright, I don't know if we'll get to SP today, but we'll see. Maybe I'll do a couple. Let's see if we can finish this today. If we can, I'll be kind of happy. Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in the photo, too. Yeah, SP Little Knight. Oh, is this... Who is this? Ponko or Klonko? I didn't even, pay attention. Ponko, okay. Haha, see Ponko's bandages? I put those on her. I just wound them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. I hardly left center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Juni. Punka. I didn't really understand the differences between robot and people back then. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was. It looks like there's something written on the bandages. Yeah, I wrote stuff like, get well soon, Ponko. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. Oh. It looked just like magic to me what she could do. A little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have some good memories of it. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center? Yes, a little. And this person has even taken band hostages? I guess I'd better spare the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago. Let's go. Classic Ace Attorney. Solve the case from years ago. That set a bad precedent so we can solve the current case. What? You're kidding me. So that means Prosecutor Blackwell might... Yep, I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So, wait. Did you know him back then? Yes, he used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate, and straight as an arrow. Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes. That's why I took the witness stand during the trial, this trial 7 years ago. Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. I was a fool. How could anybody else know what I was talking about? She heard the voice of his heart. Da, da. It's a sad version of the Athena theme. Da, da, da. It's very slow down. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give testimony. Pearls is right. You did the very best you could at the time. But nothing I said did any good. I was a shaking and scared little girl, small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had a fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me. Doesn't seem like Athena knows that Prosecutor Blackwell is due to be executed tomorrow. I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. He must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say? No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. He was? I wonder if he smiled like he used to back then. Oh my god. The classic, like... What was the two characters? Vera was the one that never smiled. The drawing girl. The artist girl. And then, you know, you earned the smile at the end. Dude, there was another person that was like... Was it? Well, okay, this is the third person that I just thought of. It's not the one I was having trouble. No, I don't think she counts. I was thinking of in the Furio Tigre one, his girlfriend or whatever, the Cadavari or daughter. I don't think she did that though. If I can't prove prosecutor's black hole, the gloomy girl. I'm trying to remember. I think it might have all been Edgeworth, but I could be wrong. Okay, anyway, I'm not going to dwell on this. I'm just saying this is a epic Ace Attorney trope. If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackpill's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here. Ah, I thought you might be here. Mr. Lawyer, we're in trouble. Well, we are. What is it? I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session. Oh no, but this is an emergency. It's very difficult to interrupt the trial once it's underway. Let's go. My phone! It's from Trucy. I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages. No, wait, we still have a little more time. Besides, all of the courtroom are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first. The poor thing. She's a little too young to die, don't you think? No, don't you dare hurt her. There has to be something I can do. The cruelest injustice is about to befall us. No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us. Wait a minute. Maya? I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom? That must have really been something, although weird is par for the course with you. You see the Sam thing? Yeah. A courtroom blew up. That's it. There is a courtroom we can use after all. Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her? Hold it! Ara, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed. So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4. The one blew up by the bomber. Is there any significance to number 4? Like, in JP? Is that just a coincidence? You know, like how the number 4 is unlucky? Or reads as death or whatever? I wonder. Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick. I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I'll go get the place ready right away. 4 is a forbidden number? Yeah, maybe it's just a coincidence. Or maybe it's not. But yeah, maybe I'm overthinking it. 4 is the 13 of the East, yeah. I didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. How about it? 1 plus 3 add up to 4? Holy shit. Are you ready to behave your brother's innocence proven? My brother? Heh. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon Blackwell you'll be defending. What? Not Prosecutor Blackwell? I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass. What? See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright. What is she talking about? Athena? Of course. Why didn't it ever occur to me before? Uh-oh, emo time, yeah. If Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent, somebody else had to have been the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother? Uh-oh. No. No! Oh shit, the Black Cyclops. Da, 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 da. No way. It can't be true. Mr. Nick, what's the matter? I see 5 Black Cyclops. I've seen these kinds of blocks before. Yes. I have no idea what they were doing with that because I thought you were supposed to unlock them as part of the plot. But yeah, Christoph Gavin had these. Dark black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them. The Cyclops, yeah. Okay, we're on the trial now. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. That wasn't so bad. Just use black key for black lock. True. Da, 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 da. Hold on. Just checking some messages. Do 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 do. Okay. This is pretty interesting though. I do like the stakes. I hope they don't drag it out. Why all cases title all have the turnabout word? I don't know. I think I actually don't know. I think I just accepted it that they just added. Well, I know in JP I think like you could translate the JP name. I think it's Gyakuten Saiban as like turnabout courtroom or something like that. Something like that. I'm not I never did my research. I did a little research. I looked into the special Cyclops you mentioned, Mr. Nick. You did? That's great. I really appreciate it. A red Cyclops protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. The person folds under questioning, the lock breaks, and truth comes out. Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos. But a black Cyclops protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that person isn't even consciously aware of. So even they don't know it's there. And what the hell was Gavin protecting? Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off even from herself. All I have to do is break the Cyclops. According to my research, a black Cyclops is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden. Alright. But will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick? I am up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all of my focus and strength. And you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back. Damn. No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls. Alright. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick. Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I'd better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. Here's out of paranoia. He has very, very big pride. I guess so, yeah. But like, what is he unconsciously like hiding? I guess is defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. Court, or some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap. Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. Okay, like the smugness doesn't translate too well. It's I don't know. This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce. What did you say? Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to his honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. The clinker's so short? Yeah. Recall the case of the UR1 incident in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law. I see what you're after. You can find the real truth behind that case today. Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the court system. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth? I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Dark Age of the Law, yeah. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, right? But the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the courtroom of murder in the first degree.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
This immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. Yeah. We were going to have a field day with this one. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it in myself. But I don't have a choice if I have to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy. Oh, the maroon? Yeah, it's like a different shade of red. Yeah, I think I remember when watching another playthrough and like seeing the scene where you returned. It was very maroon. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. It was Borosword Dragon. We must ban Borosword. Well, actually, let me check something. No need for the chief prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I am here as a simple prosecutor. Very well, your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth, although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Of course, you're right. I was just joking, just having a little fun. So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th. Victim psychologist Meta Sykes was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother. Scuba? Yeah, Scuba. Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And two, this photo, which captured the moment of the crime. Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed... Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now, hurry up and call the witness. Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know. Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. As skilled as ever playing the court puppeteer, I see. The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after several long years. New testimony? And just who is this witness anyway? Aw, hell nah. Bobby Fulbright's the name, and justice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. She said she's too busy, with confining and threatening the hostages and all. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clonko. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. Actually, let me see this. Rolling case. Okay, rolling case. Are they visible here? No. Also, okay, the jacket's removed. There's also a piece of paper, but I don't know if that matters. Okay. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentions, there were other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for traveling, they're apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes. At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that, too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case. Okay. I mean, you could fit, like, a robot. I can see why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. I'm pretty sure, you know, they're setting up this to be the location of the moon rock. And since it exploded in the courtroom case, we use this evidence where is it? Where's the evidence? Okay, it's not here. The phony Fanty was supposed to give us the evidence. Whatever. Point is, the existence of the moon rock after it was blown to smithereens is proof there. It's very convincing, that's for sure. Showing Blackwell was the only one to pass through it at the time of the crime. Okay. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant at the Sykes found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony, and there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So, what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi? That is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused's mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course, the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech, and the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching. I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting? I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiment. Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother, Brett. Ah! Order in the court. What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could, Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes. Da, 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 da. Simon isn't the murderer. He's trying to cover for someone. I don't think someone else was at the scene at the time. They say Simon committed the murder. Okay, so he's just repeating. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case?
Hold it!
This rolling case, I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackwell in it? Oh, it's missing. But was absent when the crime scene photos were taken? Okay, I need to see that photo then. I didn't realize you're supposed to... Okay, so it's actually kind of big. It's the larger one. Yes, that's the one. And Miss Blackwell has drawn a conclusion from these two photos. He has, and what is that conclusion? You're the one with her notes. Oh, right. Of course, reading them now. So why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why.
Hold it!
And how do you propose he hid a person inside one of those cases? Have you forgotten what we just saw, such a thing only the other day? At your own daughter's magic show, she fit a grown person into a small box. Oh, yeah, way to ruin the memory of a good day. A magic show? I wish you would have thought to invite me. Actually, I would have liked to go too. My apologies. I'll invite you both next time. I promise. So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again? Prosecutor Blackwell was using the case to hide someone. Okay. That was pretty funny, though. Only person small enough to fit inside that case was being Sykes. It could be Ponka or...
Hold it!
But that's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case? I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
There were 3 cases of the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. That's fair. If it could fit in the smallest one, you wouldn't take that. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes, give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case? Alright, what's an ace attorney game without bluffing? I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. So to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. Oh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. If it's true, that is. There's a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now, bruh. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let us hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder? Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da da da. Da da da. Oh, what even? What are all these? Okay, katana, whatever this is. This is the moon rock. Da da da. Ermi. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Is this the same desk as this desk? I guess it is. Oh, okay, this is a little cart. Okay, let me check the cart. Oh, okay. There's a cart. Okay, so it's missing the... It has the little wires. Okay, there's a screwdriver missing. Okay. Okay. This thing. Okay, cool. Please notice that there's a robot part on top of the cart in the photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which, what are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball. Stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Your Honor, about this robot part, doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just a moon rock and a robot arm. Well, was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe. I believe there's another robot at the scene that looks just like one. Okay, yeah, so it is either Ponko or Klonko. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case. What? This guy needs 2 boxes. That's crazy. We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is. We have a photo that can corroborate that. I know for a fact that it is a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Man, I love this guy. He just... Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to. Where's the... Is it this? Yes.
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. You must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Order in the court. Order, I say. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this? I can see that the robot is about the same size as a child, but it cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there. The case does come up about mid-thigh out. Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. I see the robot is much taller than that. Well, isn't there a disassembly machine? He could have just, like, took it apart. The robot is much taller than that. They've got me there. So then, did Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit in the case by, dismantling, compacting? Of course, Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle it. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Whee! What the heck was that? That shit was jizzing. Holy shit. No, it was just the sparks from the... I gotta see this again. Whee! Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. Whee! That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point.
Objection!
Except that there was a body on the table where robots are dismantled and assembled. True. There would have been no room to take the robot apart. Well, what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? You mean the sword? Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that a katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. The joints aren't made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know the existence of the severed arm in the photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You can't mean. That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Its Sykes never was at the scene at the time of murder. Ah! My head, my body. Where am I? Gah! Order? Order in the court. It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder. And I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection!
Yeah, I don't know. This doesn't translate very well too in 3D. Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I can see that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. Alright, what's going on here? It's never good when he plays the scenes this straight. Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that.
Objection!
The notion of the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense. Edgeworth, he's been one step ahead of me this whole time. In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body as if it were holding something or someone. That's hardly evidence. I have proof. The fur coat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape. A blood stain with a distinctive shape. Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there's only one in the world, a special pair of headphones made just for her. She always wore those big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Analysis shows the blood stain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. Huh. In other words, there was no mere blood spatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones, and then was imprinted on Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. I see. A most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by a splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was without question present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. Okay, so he's just proving the claim that Athena was carried. I guess. Yeah. Order. If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against him. We've also shown the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer. I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was a robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. A robot witness? Brett. Order. Order in the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. Very well, I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko. Witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko. Yes, I realize that. But when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness. No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Stay with me. Ponko. What an utter inflexible little robot. You're the last person who should be calling anyone inflexible. Haha, you remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious. Alright, Ponko. I'm gonna ask you some questions. Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions? I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Meta Sykes. It was 7 years ago on the 7th of October around 2 p.m. in a robotics lab. Certainly, just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab. It would seem this robot testimony is necessary to the case after all. This is great. I just knew Ponko must have seen something important. A murder committed right before. Okay, but it doesn't. Okay. As far as I know, it does. The robot can't see. Determine presence of a human with their heartbeat detected. Okay. Recognize people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform. Okay. So someone can pose as someone else with the jacket. Can also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered. Okay, so it could be someone who's not been registered. Can infer people's emotions by analyzing the tone of voice and communicating with them. That might be relevant, but I can't think of it. A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable. The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild. So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today? I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room and Mr. Simon came in. Then an error occurred. There is no data after that point. Well, it sounds like the defendant was, without question, at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that this witness is still a machine. Being a robot's understanding and capacity to express itself are limited. So what are you suggesting? The witness's statements need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. They don't, but yes, what this witness's statements are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with a murder weapon during this moment. Well, what? Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse? Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised. Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued. I see. Murder after a heated argument. And then the victim fell down. I agree that does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that. When I'm recharging, I go into sleep mode. If I remember everything before that, I have a very good memory. You may as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination would be useless. Don't be ridiculous. Cross-examination is never useless. Until now. Think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I'll have my cross-examination. If I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. Very well. It may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. I'll show you just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. About to charge up, Athena came in and hugged him. Fell down. Okay, I guess we should probably press, because this testimony hinges on the interpretation of these words. Hugged and fell down. Hugged her, huh? Which Edgeworth took to mean stabbed her with a weapon? You said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother, is that right? Yes. Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying. Couldn't tell. Even though they were speaking so loudly? I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me. Oh. If it listened to every voice, it would be a little better than a mobile eavesdropper. Well, that explains why some of Ponko's testimony is so vague. It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Oh, now then, what happened after that? And then, okay, let's just press it.
Hold it!
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment? Mommy Metis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound. Her heart? Ah, autopsy report. Death was instantaneous. He had no time to have a heartbeat during the... Yes, at the time of death. Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. Well, wait a minute. That means... if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment... Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat? Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then. All the unlucky timing. If you had heard anything after that. Possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder. I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very, very sorry. The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear that it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the Saturn. Yeah, it can't happen. That's not possible if this was the time of death. And Edward should know this. I don't think... I think he knows this, and we'd be trolling if we missed this. After Mommy Metis' heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was a round window on the workbench side of the room. Oh, fell through the window. What the? Dun, 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 dun. Those, oh, the round one. Huh. Doesn't make sense, though. I imagine the emergency ladder is going to matter here. The workbench, huh? Oh, this round window. Ponko must be talking about that table to the right where that giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Ponko's statement just now? Yes. Your Honor, I believe the statement is critical. I'd like it added to your testimony. Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl. Near the round... Okay. We're not going to do the heartbeat? Okay, maybe not yet. I'm guessing it has the markings. So she couldn't just fall down, I guess is the idea.
Objection!
Fuck. Mr. Edgeworth, are you aware of the contradiction? Oh my god. Contradiction between the statement and this piece of evidence? No, I am not aware, Mr. Wright, because there's nothing here I need to be aware of. Ouch, that was harsh. Mr. Wright, do you still intend to claim a contradiction? In light of Prosecutor Edgeworth's honest response? Well, if Mr. Edgeworth doesn't think there's a contradiction, maybe there really isn't. I appreciate it if you do your own thinking from now on, Mr. Wright. I guess I'd better take another look at the evidence. Oh, okay. It's because this window... Okay. We had to prove that this window has... Okay. This is the only window... Ah, okay.
Objection!
There we go. Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough. I was helpful. Hooray! I'm so happy. Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations. Exactly, Your Honor. We've just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. The victim moved. The defendant moved the body. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. Whew, I am very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here. Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more.
Objection!
Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever. Green? But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit. Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had that moved for her. But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree, since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system. It would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Then who do you suggest moved the body? Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Ponko, allow me to ask you a question. My name is Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko. Earlier you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down? Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table? Yes, I did. Athena asked me to. Athena asked you to? And what did you move, little Ponko? I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is. An ID tag, you said? Yes, a tag with the barcode on it. We robots scan them and tell us what the thing is. That paper in the lab did mention something about that. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag, it said. So it would appear that Miss Ponko here can't identify that it moved. What it moved. My name is Ponko. But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? We do? Well, I do at the very least. Miss Ponko, on the defendant's command, move the body onto the operating table. Gah! Ponko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell? I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell. Give it up right. If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it draped over a chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object. Ponko was equipped with facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't, so that means a face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. He's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then using the robot, she moved the body to the table where she removed the sword and was stained in blood. Order? But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thoughts will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe that I read that robots can be disassembled and reassembled. There, is that right? That's right. And the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table is like a magic box that can make robots appear or disappear in seconds. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me what she could do. You can't possibly be suggesting. This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. You must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. No way. I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace... I see. But Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can. With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table.
Hold it!
No, don't say another word. Just stop. Was to dismantle the evidence so that you could get away with her crime. Well, okay, you know what? It could be the other way around, right? A naive person could also assume, if the person's already dead, that the the assembly could fix her. So like, it's like it could go either way. That can't be true. It could be the other way around. I think a naive kid would also think like, you know, it's like a classic like whenever their pet dies trope. Order in the court. Order in the court, I say. Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth, no more, no less. My theory is simply a result of a rational consideration of every possibility. But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable by Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. That's what I'm saying. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. That's true. It doesn't absolve her of suspicion. Just because. Okay, that's true. You know what? Fair enough. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant. The body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate... How are these facts? We're still speculating based on like an interpretation of a machine's limited language. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This just can't be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? Evidence, right. Let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now, accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Oh, thank you. Ooh. Hold on. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial. As your argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something. But I can't think of a single thing. But Prosecutor Blackwell? It's quite the farce you're conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? What is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here? 7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. Your baldness I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer. Oh, of course, Prosecutor Blackwell. Please go ahead. So we're not going to visit the autopsy report about her heartbeat. Bruh. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then, I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was. Bruh. The little Ponko here witnessed the victim follow him. Well, in other words. I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Well, which would be? She fell means she fell, merely that. A mother and child fooling around? Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she must have left the room. So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony? You should hardly take stock in the words of a... You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy. Then, how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself, and she was always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena. Let me see something of the autopsy report. Between 1 o'clock and 3 p.m. on October 7th. Okay. This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet... Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying even now to turn away from the truth? Do you realize we bring the dark age of the law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer, beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle this down to hell? Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had something to do with the murder? That's right, so let's hear your verdict. We don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx. Bruh. Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her? My Miss Blackwell. Forgive me, Ara. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me, but you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor?
Black Quill, you selfish. Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make the decision. If no one has a counter argument, I will announce my verdict. Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? I wanted to do so bad. Even now, I wanted to fly out there and go save him. No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackquill's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I can't let this happen. I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackquill's. Athena, what are you feeling okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. To realize I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might be just the thing to get us through.
Objection!
Sykes don't know. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're the innocent. These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know. What are you talking about? Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial? Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Bruh. Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out that door even now. And yet, you found a way to keep your fears at bay and became a lawyer. Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come, the day I've been looking forward with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction. But Miss Sykes, do you realize that what it would mean? You are the accused after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackquill innocent, then only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what the truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth. Athena is being so brave, confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackquill, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain. For I am not a man who could be cut down easily. Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. Got her. Okay. This checks out. I imagine you'd be angry. When I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. Why are you happy? Yeah, why are you happy, bruh? I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic. Okay, you'd be if it was cathartic, you'd be happy. So that makes sense. His emotions are very guarded, and his defenses are way up. He steeled his will, as if he'll never let his secrets be known. Oh, I don't know about that. We've got a couple of strong wills on our side, too. Prosecutor Blackwell isn't the killer, and we're going to prove it. But what was he trying to do that day? If we approach it from that angle, I bet we can find an emotion that just doesn't add up. I guess I could see him also be surprised by not seeing. Maybe it's a happy. Oh, okay. This feeling of happiness. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Even though the person you're looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. Just now you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead? I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. Which is a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. Yeah. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now. I don't see any instabilities that we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at him, then bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena? Went to the Cosmos Space Center. I found Athena in the robotics lab. I was relieved. I feel like I would not be swayed from my purpose. Oh, this is new. I plunged. Okay, this is new. This is new. Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Right? Wasn't it cathartic? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances. Ah, he can't be talking about that. Can he? I was just a convenient subject for her research. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. What? I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. That's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Mr. Wright? How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. It went up? I've never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of a lie in an attempt to make his claim sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing noise. How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. There are no flaws in my testimony. His baldness is prayer to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause, and let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions, which should I tackle first? Okay, let's go look for inconsistent emotions. Got it, boss? But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over. Surprise. That seems contradictory. Or fear. Well, or I could lead Athena out of there. Curse my luck that Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had to kill, no choice but to kill my mentor. You see an unusual or out of place emotion, just point it out. Is there really an inconsistency in his emotions then? Inconsistency in his emotions. Let's press on. Okay, we are want to switch? Alright. Why was these... Oh. I guess... If he... Why was he surprised to see Athena? What happened to his happy? Okay. Why is it so like it feels like a little okay. Why would you register surprise at opening a door to the lab? Alright, fine, I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena, but she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it? That's right, she ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me outside. So I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there at the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade. Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now. It's at 100% now. What's going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. Pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind will really are as sharp and strong as katana. Alright, what should I tackle first this time? Alright, let's do testimony. I think there might be an inconsistency in the prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Alright, let's give it a thorough check then. The feeling of dread, I open their box. Just... Ponko attacked me. I retaliated by cutting it into pieces. Or I could lead Athena out there. Curse my luck. Dr. Sykes. Ponko attacked me and tried cutting it in pieces. Hello, Eiler. How's it going? Victim's blood was only found on the blade. Is it the series features? Why would he attack, I guess? Okay. Space, you can also recognize your facial features. Da, 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 da. Oh, the order is wrong. If Ponko got sliced up, why is there blood in the first place? Whose blood is this? The sequence is wrong. There should be blood on the sword by piercing. So yeah, the sequence is wrong. That's boom. Gotcha.
Objection!
There we go. Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo. That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the blood stain at the end of Ponko's arm, where it was severed with the katana? I hope you aren't complaining that's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it, so then it must have been the victim's blood. That's right, but if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony that you cut up Bonko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture. What? But that couldn't be. Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first and before the robot was slashed. Okay, come on. Come on, Blackwell. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. The damage. Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell. Now. You have no idea what you're doing. His voice. There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something. Oh, the eye flash. That was kind of cool. Phoenix, right. You will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave. Prosecutor Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All of these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think that whatever he really saw today is what's causing these feelings. Dang. This really is the endgame. Following the sound of crying, I opened the lab door and then... I saw that terrible scene. It might be Ponko. I leave Tina out of there. Curse my luck. Dr. Sykes came in. I think it's Ponko. The root cause of all these emotions is this. I'm actually not getting any particularly big reading there, Mr. Wright. Guess that's not it then. What could have caused Blackwell to react with all these emotions all at once? It's probably Athena then. Go back, go back. No, go back, go back. Yeah, I think it's Athena. He must have witnessed something Athena did, and then he is trying to cover up Athena, but mostly, okay. Athena didn't commit the crime, but he witnessed something that implicated Athena, and he took the fall instead. To remove suspicion completely from her. When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor? You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it. Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too? Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true? Right, Dono? I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door. Dang, he's sweating. Curse you, Phoenix Wright. Buh. Oh, let's go. It was a tragedy. One I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled with a far-off look in her eyes as she sweetly said, "Yeah, she's gonna think the thing fix is gonna fix her, fix the. Oh, something's wrong with mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her." That's what I saw, and now you have it, the truth that you so desperately. Bro, I'm gonna need a lawyer when I get fired from my job. Oh, 07. Who are you gonna? Who you got? You got Phoenix, Edgeworth. Well, I guess Edgeworth doesn't defend anyone. That's what I saw, and now you have it, the truth that you so desperately wanted. Da 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 do 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 do. No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth, and this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart. I I I No. No. All right, step 1. Simon is innocent. Now for step 2. Athena is innocent. So was me. I'm the one who killed my mother. Athena. As I said, right, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspersions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner? Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all of her heart. She loved me? Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much? Let me guess. They were actually a mufflers or something to suppress her power or something. Yes, my head hurt every time I wore them. No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Oh my gosh. Your power was so much stronger than it is now. And those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life. No, that can't be true. Then why? Why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much? Her love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew that what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself? You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponko was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. It would seem that we now have all of the facts of this.
Hold it!
No, not yet. It can't end like this.
Objection!
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you? I'm not, but this... I can't give up now. I have to say something. Anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence. Mr. Wright. Yes, Athena? It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake. Athena, what are you saying? I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. Bro, let's cross-examine first. We gotta do cross-examination. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall? Let's go, cross. Final cross. It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well. Then, if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes. Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end. Athena, Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared, and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Just like that, it just dissipates. The dark cloud that hangs over the courtroom. Damocles' sword that dangles. It's just shattered. Okay. Yes. Admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion. I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty. I dare say. These are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. Bruh. I mean, okay. Just, we'll see. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. Before we conclude... Wait! There's a contradiction. The katana could not have blood running down its handle. It's clearly not a conduit of blood to her hands. Ermi. You can't fool me. Before we could conclude, does anyone have a counter argument?
Objection!
I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright? But, Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter argument now is pointless.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you're not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you never change, but could you actually have regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism, getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on the matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Matters of the heart. Oh my god. That's a good screenshot, actually. Dang, I could have screenshotted that. because I can see straight into a person's soul. I did a little research. I looked into those special psych logs you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off even from herself. There's still a chance. Somewhere deep in Athena's heart, there might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. Might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still. That memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you're not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession? Yes, there's a problem. My memory is a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Yeah, it's got to be the statement. There's definitely something wrong with her memory of this event. I can just tell. There's a problem with her confession. Please prove it to this court now. Okay, yeah, it's just straight up the katana. There we go.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. But I remember it. I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers. That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of the sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts. You're right. Oh my.
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hasty to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said there's no question I remember it, a fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means? Gladly. Just give me a sec to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix. Think. What could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean? The defendant used a different weapon. Miss Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time? This is it. This is time I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. But this? That's so weird if it's this. There's like no... I guess, yeah, you can have you know, like the handle is very close to the wound. This time I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. But if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocent. Oh, I see. So we established the katana's murder weapon, and Athena used something completely different. He's not tied to the murder at all. A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly? Right, of course. You could ask that. I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always? How does he do that? But I can't back down. Not here, not now. That's right, I did. Because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration. But there has to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute, there is something. There's a high probability that that was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon here in the evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that might have... Okay, so they just told me. Set of utility tools. Okay. Is it missing from the photo? Huh, I can't really tell. But there is an open utility case here. Okay, yeah. I mean, this is the only other bladed weapon.
Take that!
But that's the murder weapon in the Clean Terror's case. Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life, but there must have been a knife just like this at the scene several years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to Space Center employees. In a robotics lab, especially, would naturally have one of these.
Objection!
But besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found on the site. It was an investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Oh, of course I knew that. Once you told me just now. Then here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but didn't contain any blades. Here's a photo of its contents. Yeah, it's missing, dumbass. You're right. I don't see any kind of bladed tool. Fine, but isn't there something odd about the design on these handles? Therefore, there was no other blade weapon in the room.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. And what proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You are the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. Now, you're simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright. Notice the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them. Ah, I see that they do. But what significance does that have? It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics hope you come up with? Edgeworth, just let it go, man. Show the court then, if you would. What pattern or design would we see if we were to rearrange the tools? This one, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's this. We see this logo. And then this is the middle. Ja.
Take that!
And what design is this supposed to represent? The Gyaxa logo, Your Honor. It's on all of the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gyaxa is a program that operates as Cosmos Space Center. Look at how brightly the Gyaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. Gyaxa, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? Ah, I think I see it now. But yes, was just a tool shown in this photo. The red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. We replace utility knife in the open slot. Yeah. It would complete the Gyaxa logo. So it would, and that means... Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours, and while you're at it, I admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. No! Okay, we're getting somewhere. Order in the court. Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was a katana. Oh, okay. So she might not have stabbed Sykes in the first place. She might have stabbed the culprit, Athena. Or maybe Blackwell. Who knows? No, I think it must have happened before Blackwell arrived. So probably she stabbed the culprit. And that will, I don't know. She left an identifying mark on that culprit and we're probably going to, get his ass. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was a katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing Miss Sykes remembers Miss Sykes couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? With the real weapon that took the victim's life was a utility knife. Fair enough. Don't be ridiculous. Or are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away. That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and evidence. If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand, for you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution's attempting to lead the court.
Objection!
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder, and that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands? No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife, as long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there. You cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if... Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright. When will you open your eyes and accept the truth? Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. But what if, Mr. Wright, if you've fought a good fight, I think you've done all you can do. Is giving up really the only option? Okay. No, snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving it a doubt. I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right? I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her. To the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case thoroughly. Oh shit! Sick. I could see the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with a utility knife. It must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. Oh! You know what else could have happened? So let's say another possibility is she stabs the culprit, the killer. However, the culprit was wearing the jacket, wearing this jacket. So the culprit would not be able to be recognized by Face ID, but the alternative way of recognizing the culprit would be the jacket. So as long as she puts the culprit puts on the jacket, it'll always look to the robot that Athena's stabbing her mom. This jacket here. Where's the robots with heart? Yes. German presence of human with a heartbeat detection. Okay, so yes. Recognize people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag. Can also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered. Okay, so this has never been registered, so it has to be the ID tag as the alternative way. So you can confuse the situation. All right. Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken a utility knife from the bag? Meta Sykes? Someone else. A third person was at the scene. Let's go. Okay. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude there was a third person at the scene. According to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother was the only two. But how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know this person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition. Either covering their own face? Okay. But wait a minute, Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence. but she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it. The Cobra could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid. Yes, Mita Sykes. Yes. Oh my god. This actually feels really good to figure out. If the culprit posed as the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they have to do is take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. Her jacket. Dun, 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 dun. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with ID tag on it. But that still leaves the heartbeat detection. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. Does that mean the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? The real culprit. Let's go. That's it. The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please, give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to the hostage negotiations. You are absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second, because I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. But now I know for a fact that Ms. Sykes is innocent. But Ponko saw me. She witnessed... Oh, sorry. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes. What? Da 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 da. Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. Da 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 da. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous crap for time? Da 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 da. After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? Ha! You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts. Ponko's strange malfunction. Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sickbay? Mr. Terran, but that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo's possessed by Clay's ghost. That was another case of mistaken identity caused by jacket ID tag. All because Ponko couldn't read Apollo's facial features through their eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask can nullify the robot's facial recognition. And then, all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her.
Objection!
Da, da, da. Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because by the time Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. What? Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Does that mean? Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed. This third person who was posing as Dr. Sykes is her mother's real killer. But that's I'm impossible. Da da. Da, 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 da. I found a banger. No contact. Hold on. Okay, I'll click on it after. A mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask? Da, 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 da. Order the court. Miss Sykes, did you say something? A mask? Yes. I remember Athena. What is it? Okay, by the way, there's also a mask in this room. Pretty sure I saw a mask here. Yes. Little mascot right there. Okay, cool. Ah! Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. I remember a man with a mask. How could he? What did he do to my mother? My head. Miss Sykes, are you all right? No. Da, 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 da. The black Cyclops. They're breaking. Let's go. It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened that the day my mother was murdered. They're gone. The black Cyclops are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's alright, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then... Yeah. It's alright. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena. She was on the floor by the workbench with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there. A man?
Hold it!
Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena. He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there, and he dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again, and this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me, and I passed out. Murder used on Terran. Athena also used one of these to stab the Phantom's hand during the incident 7 years ago. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived, a man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit. Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was? No, I'm afraid I don't. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that? Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab. Ah, this mask hanging here on the wall. It's kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom. A phantom? It would seem that a new suspect has emerged. That means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes... You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. Miss Blackwell, this is not good. A new suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head? She's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena, I'm so glad for you. Da da da. Da 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 da. More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Ponto came to the robotics lab about 2 p.m. to recharge. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to recharge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I didn't know anything. I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis was really the killer in disguise, right, then you must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Do I have anything here in the evidence that can help me find the person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.? Alright. What did you got for me? What banger do you have for me? Da da da. Da 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 da. That's so sad. Da 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 da. Scuba, yeah. Da 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 da. I don't think it's Black Pearl. This came. So we're trying to establish before this happened. You're taken by the first person to discover the body. Da, 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 da. Is it this battery symbol? That's like the one thing that like stands out to me. This thing reminds me of AA5 Nice. Weird. There's no like timestamp that I can like. Moonrock was stolen. Hope caps can be seen on a workbench or rolling cases with equipment, a robot charging station, and a toolkit on the floor. Hanging scroll and Japanese theater mask on the wall. I wonder. Okay, it has to do with this charging station. What's this wire even connected to? Yeah, nothing seems to have a timestamp, so I don't know. I'm just gonna. This piece of evidence will reveal the evidence of the person who came to the lab. Will it now? Then reveal away by all means. Oh, how about if we team up for this, Mr. Edgeworth? No. How about you, Your Honor? What do you say? Certainly, I'll help you. I'll help you to remember to think before you speak. Da, 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 da. An image of the culprit. Does possibly have been captured anywhere? Do I have anything here in the evidence? Did Francisca? No, she hasn't appeared. Video showing the corridor to the crime scene. Black Quill was the only one to pass through at the time of the crime. Black Quill. I'm actually stumped. Well, okay. This could have a timestamp, but this is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident at around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then? I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m. Are you serious? So it's not even something we had. It was just like a way to instigate, you know, reinvestigate the footage. That's annoying. Whatever. Oh my god. I thought there was actual evidence I was looking for, but should be able to see it through before leaving the scene. But very well then. Let's take a look. There. Please stop it right there. Why did no one check this footage? Like, okay, like, there must be foul play involved, because there's no reason why, like, an autopsy report that says 1 to 3 p.m. never rewind to get this point. You know, this guy's obviously suspicious too. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him, I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. The jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes. Can you see it? There's the slash I made with the utility knife that day. I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere. So then, everything Miss Sykes said exactly proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hid her face with a handkerchief. Then he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So we waited for Ponko to come to the lab for a regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like scary mask I got? Yeah, the no mask. Making it look like she was alive up to then. All of this guy's real time of death.
Objection!
It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that it's just not possible. What? Why not? Victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in the video. And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket on the scene confirmed beyond doubt that it belonged to the victim. The person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket. Then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? I don't know, he put it back. What's going on? That doesn't make any sense. Edward's right. The culprit was wearing the jacket. Yeah, the killer brought it back. The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make the escape. But in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved.
Objection!
Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So, when do you propose the mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? A puzzling question indeed. When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? When the body was found. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket is when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murderer, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of the split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. Yeah, I could see that. I would never have thought of that. Order? Order in the court? What is this meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect a space probe's capsule in preparation for the Hat 1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered. Oh! The Prosecutor Edwards, does this mean? I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You admit, right? Not that this was ever an official trial anyway. Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edwards, are you actually conceding? Is it true, boss? Does this mean I can't believe it. It's over. I won. I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Objection!
Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to see it. I see no need to further prolong. Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence. The little princess who was truly beloved by Metis and those who repaid that love with death. All these years hating Athena was the only thing that kept me going. What do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Miss Blackwell. How unlike you, Ara. Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that? Shut up, Simon. You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a coworker wasn't all that I wanted. Then what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Alright, there's something I've wanted to say if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Metis' murderer is. You do? Right, don't know you asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past. That's right, the Phantom. The person Blackwell has been looking for, even from behind bars. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat 1 rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We know not about him. His background, appearance, we came to refer to him as the Phantom. Army. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down, and then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him. Oh, how exciting. What was the lead? A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet, I had hope. Ara's coworker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes. Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition, at one, Dr. Sykes' results in the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started panicking. He couldn't find them, but where could they have been? Who is to say? Well, I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years. How in the world did you smuggle them into Princeton? Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. Ah, birdie! I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt. What about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Here, you can see for yourself, but take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor. I will. I better hold on to this real tight. Subject's emotions rarely fluctuate and doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh? A spy who experiences no emotions, not sadness nor anger, and naturally no fear. He's the very definition of a phantom. A monster with no heart, don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives. Set what ails us all into motion. The Phantom, indeed, a fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world. Let me see something. Buh. Well then. Seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand draw down my verdict and bring these proceedings to an end. Whatever, do what you want. You'll hear no objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over. Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright? Thank you. Thank you for everything. Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict. Uh-oh. Final boss time. You. Apollo? What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago and saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? Apollo, yeah. All right, cross-examining Apollo. I think I can. Okay, we're almost done. I can feel it. I don't know how long it's gonna take. Da, 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 da. District Court, courtroom number 4. Da da da, da da da, da da da. Scuba exam. Let's go. Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. It's very simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled. I'm not talking about the past here. I'm talking about the present case. It's still not clear who killed Clay Terran. Oh, I see. But, Apollo, why would you... Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say. What in the world is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time. But this is a trial for the case from 7 years ago. Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do. Apollo. Hehe. Sure you know I'm all for the truth. Now, let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial. Very well. Is that all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'll have the police investigation report brought immediately. Not you too, Edgeworth. I really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. As you wish. Let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Terran. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, this culprit waited for the astronauts in boarding lounge 1. When the two men made their escape out of the Space Museum, the killer attacked Mr. Terran with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, Director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge 2. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Terran's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day. Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready? Yes, Your Honor. I'd better rearrange my evidence. Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please. I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Terran. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. Justice, yeah. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized Launchpad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder. Da 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 da. Order in the court. Mr. Justice, you realize you're charging your own coworker with murder, don't you? Yes, Your Honor, because that is the conclusion my investigation has led me to. Bruh. But Apollo, why? How could you suspect me too? Dun, 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 dun. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. I don't get it. Just what did you find out over the past few days to make you think this? Do, 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 do. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da.
Hold it!
What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes? It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Terran, my bracelet reacted. That she had never seen the knife before. My bracelet told me otherwise. And then, every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Or Paula must have been beside myself during that investigation. I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court, so I decided to wear an eye patch, so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. That's why Apollo was acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her own mother's murderer with the one identical to
Objection!
years ago. But that knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Terra. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer too. Ugh, I guess he has a point. But my bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. Okay.
Hold it!
That's a lighter that was found in the Space Museum with her fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts we don't know about it yet. That's good. So go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either. But Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. But Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Terran.
Objection!
7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. Wouldn't it be strange if she had some kind of connection to him? Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. Okay, bro. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Miss Wright. I still can't believe this. How can you actually suspect Athena, Apollo? She's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape.
Hold it!
Isn't it possible that somebody else used that same escape route? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall there's a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launchpad door. It's a camera that captured Mr. Terran and Mr. Starbuck. But there's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. It recorded Mr. Terran's killer, or rather, Miss Sykes coming out of the Space Museum. A camera in boarding lounge 2? First I've heard of it, but makes sense. Tina said she had snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident. And then was overcome and passed out until around noon the next day. I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out in the boarding lounge too. That must have been when the camera captured her, and that's what made Apollo suspect her even more. But wait a minute. In that case, most likely recorded the true culprit as well.
Objection!
That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. And the footage taken after the incident. Miss Sykes is the only one who appears. Bruh. What? Why? Bruh. Order? Order in the court. That can't be. But if it is, then it is incredibly incriminating. Was it you who proved in the previous trial that the way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the pads had been switched? A fact you have previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage, Phoenix Wright. Yeah, the Luke at me case. It pretty much proved, like, you pretty much, oh my gosh, convict him of a case. You convict him of theft to clear him from being tried for murder. And Phoenix strings the whole like argument together, and then you have to undo all that to get, you know, get Luke at me by the balls. That's why I wish to indict Miss Sykes. Okay, what? Tell me more. Believing in your client to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Can't you extend that same principle to your own coworker? You're probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Oh my goodness. Clay was my friend, and that's why I just have to know the truth. Apollo suspected his trusted coworker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own. That only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but I'll say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. Then I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete proof to knock down any my arguments? Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice, and your facts appear to be indisputable. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? It looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route. Under these circumstances, there can be no other suspect but the defendant. Unless you think there was an alternative escape route? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Phoenix? Was there an alternative escape route? Let me see. Full-size replica of the Hat 1, reporting items related Space Museums from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Alright. Yes, of course there must have been. Just don't ask me what. You're just bluffed again, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way. He knows me too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. As long as you can clear up this doubt inside me. Wait, so is that what this is all about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. That once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. So that you can really trust me? It seems your junior partner has just showed us what trials are truly about. I believe you're right. We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of the defendant, while we lawyers believe and defend our clients to the end. When both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth. Precisely. When the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust. Okay. That's exactly what trials are about, wouldn't you agree? Yes, I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside me. So I decided I need to face it head on. Okay. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid. That's so like Apollo, always uber earnest about things like this. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good, because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. You're really hoping there was an alternate route, aren't you, Apollo? If I use the process of elimination, there really aren't that many possibilities. Director Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped, though? Come on, Mr. Wright, where do you think the culprit escaped to? The Space Museum corridor?
Take that!
They really only could have escaped to the corridor of the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Miss Starbuck prints to get through.
Objection!
It appears that all you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used that route, the only exit would have been into boarding lounge 2. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant. Ugh. I knew it. That's the only way it could be, huh? The culprit escaped into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum. And I guess it's true. The only exit would have been in the boarding lounge too. But Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the boarding lounge 2 security camera. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly. But only place the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. Or any other secret corridors or anything, okay? So that leaves us with no other conclusion to draw but that Athena Sykes was the culprit. What could the answer be? Was there really no other escape route? But hold on a second. What if... Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? What if they're clue to the culprit's real escape route? What about the vent? That's true. Amogus. I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than boarding lounge 2. Oh? Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time. It was exactly when an alternative escape route opened up for our culprit. Are you kidding me? Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright, do tell. Where could the culprit have gone from the museum or besides what? Control room, right? It's got to be the control room. Like he just jumped or something. No. Or he could just jumped outside. He would have been, wee!
Take that!
Mr. Raito, yeah. We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, they point us to exactly where the culprit escaped to. Yes, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Ah! Do you mean... Yep, while the Space Museum was in motion just beyond the corridor's safety door was an alternative place that the culprit could use to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was the area outside the Space Center. You're freaking insane! The judge saying that is super funny.
Objection!
You know how impossible that would be? The corridor is level with the 3rd floor. Even if the culprit tried to leap to the outside wall of the Space Center building, they would fall to their death. Ordinarily, yes, but after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item. What item was it exactly, Mr. Wright? Alright, this is what the culprit used to leap to the outside wall. Emergency ladder? That is crazy. Wait. Then, oh my god, that implicates Bobby. Because Bobby and Ara evacuated together. And Bobby was also very cooperative. I mean, he was already suspicious. But I think this is like easy implication here.
Take that!
An emergency ladder? There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab. And it was used that day after explosions helped evacuate people. Miss Blackwell herself used that ladder to escape down the ground level. Recall that the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. And that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. Whee! And leapt onto the ladder. What? Who would have imagined? Order? Order in the court. Well, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged. Which means someone other than the Sykes could have been the culprit, right? Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes it puts Swiss cheese to shame. Alright, then, name one. I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is a full 20 feet. 20 feet? You're pulling my leg, right? In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit could be leaping to precarious places. An unstable ladder. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's a basic survival instinct. An ordinary person would certainly hesitate. Yeah, but this is not an ordinary person. Or even freeze in fear and not jump at all. Yes, okay, it's gotta be the Phantom. But the culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind. Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? You could have waited for the switch to be complete and escaped to boarding lounge. Because there's a security camera in boarding lounge too. The culprit knew they would be recorded if they left the space museum that way. In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down, and then blended in with other people after the museum was open. That's a good point. But you claim that despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap, and all in the brief moment that the corridor ladder passed by each other? That's also a good point. They would have needed a running start while the corridor was moving to make that jump. If the time was off or they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that? Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth. This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination. Why do you always have to point out every flaw? Mr. Edgeworth's right. That does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear like a Simon. But everyone feels fear on some level. Right? Wait a minute. Aha, I've got it this time. Yeah, we just showed the psych profile. I can prove that there's someone who could have used this alternative escape route. Oh, can you now? This proves the possibility of a person who could have used this option. Yeah, it's a psych, okay. This guy's not normal. The Phantom. What's that, Mr. Wright? This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't feel fear? Oh. Right. You can't be serious. Without the constraint of fear, he could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap 50 feet up in the air. Oh. Okay. He could choose the extreme way of escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that to a person without fear. The alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance that they'd be spotted. That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright. But was there such a person there at the scene? Yes, the Phantom, that mysterious shadowy figure who keeps popping up. Oh dear. The Phantom, again? I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes of the Space Center bombing, but I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Terran as well. Or now it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Terran. What? What? Order in the court, I say. Mr. Wright, please continue. There were just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom. So then this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? But who is he? This Phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. Who could this unidentified international spy be? Right, this escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start. As was tricking Director Cosmos into switching launch pads. The bomb on the second floor. It was me, Scuba. Let's go. The Phantom of Ubel. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave advance warning and planted bombs where he did. Yes, I think you're right. But it doesn't explain this one last thing. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the scene evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder. But you couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So you mean the Phantom must be someone who knew that particular ladder was going to be used? That's right. Who could it be? Wait a minute. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. Yeah, Fulbright. Miss Blackwell lowered the ladder after being told to by the detective leading the... Ah! You've got to be kidding me. Did you figure it out, right? Do you know who the Phantom is? Yes, I do. Who is it? Who killed Clay? Our mystery spy known as the Phantom is none other than... Yeah, it's Fulbright. Fulbright. After the explosions, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind. So I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. His objective was to secure his own escape route. We lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. This is a detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he is without emotion.
Take that!
Da, 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 da. What are you saying? You mean the Phantom is the detective Bobby Fulbright? Exactly. We are all taken in by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom. Bright. Order? Order in the court. Mr. Wright. How could this be? That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder. Verily, it was all a part of his plan to create an escape route. After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, he went to the lounge where he killed Clay Tarrant and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving slowly, so he waited for the right time, got a running start. And just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leaped onto it. Grr, I don't believe it. That addle-pated detective did all that? Was it really him? I mean, all this time I thought... Sorry, we didn't catch your name. My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright, the heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase? It's in justice we trust. Then his concern for Simon was also all just one big act. I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart. That monster killed Clay. He had me completely fooled. Come to think of it, he's the one who brought that bloodstained lighter to court too. The scumbag even made me turn on Athena. Damn it, how the hell did I fall for that? For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well. Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright. Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away. The court will take a short recess and the Detective Fulbright will take the stand. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, I... Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight. You got it, boss. Apollo. Ugh. Well, this is awkward. Athena, can you do me a favor? Huh? What is it? Could you punch me, please? What? Why should I do that? Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't trust. Ouch! Don't be such a dope. I was really touched by what you did. Huh? Now what are you talking about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. What is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really, fully trust her. You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how could I punch a true friend like you, Apollo? You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. Thanks, Athena, and thanks for waking me up to reality again. Guess I know now who to call if I ever get sleepy in court. It looks like you have some promising young people working under you. Edgeworth. Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself, and they're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyway, I have some very good news. Ira Blackwell has surrendered, and the hostages have been set free. Trucy and all the others? Oh, thank goodness. Miss Blackwell said she had something she really needed to do. I granted her special permission to do what she must. I wonder what it is. Miss Blackwell. I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you. Miss Ara, she better not be here to complain about something. Miss Blackwell, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault. Ha ha ha! Yes, it's true the courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I could let you handle the rest of the case for me. Oh, Miss Ara, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again? No, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Metis' killer down. Leave it to us. We'll get him. So I guess that means she's starting to trust us at least. Alright. Simon, I'm so glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. And it's all thanks to me and my robots. You better be grateful. I never imagined you would go that far. Though you always were extreme. I don't recall ever requesting your help. As closed as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. probably give me the death penalty. You know me all too well. I guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in her case. But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though, because of you, it looks like I won't be crossing the sticks just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Ara. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish. Simon. I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that. Ara. Alright. That's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center. What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable, but it's clear she did it out of love for her brother. I still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom. I can't believe he killed Clay. Right, and murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor? Yes? I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial? I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand. That was my plan all along. After all, it's highly unconventional for a man in my position to stand in court. Third, the formal paperwork has yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity and uncover the truth by your own hand. I'm much obliged. The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, would you? Dang, no more getting shocked by the cuffs. How long have I waited? Maybe it's a sense of freedom, but even the air seems fresher, the light brighter. And I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy. Unchained? Yeah, Unchained. I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is. I'm so glad, but I won't cry just yet. After all, we've still got a trial to finish. It's okay to cry, Athena. I promise. Prosecutor Blackwell, Mr. Wright, please avenge Clay's death. What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense's bench with me. I am? Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me now, can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, Apollo. But are you sure you want me to? I took a leave of absence and everything. Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got. Where's Pearl, though? Thank you, Mr. Wright. Apollo. Athena, I can say with all my heart, I believe in your complete innocence. And now we're going to prove it to the world. Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it.
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
Right, because I'm fine now.
Let's go. Now this is the Apollo I know. Welcome back, Apollo. It's almost time for the trial to restart, though it looks like you have things well in hand. Yep. I should head back to the prosecutor's office. But why? I want to look into a few things, namely the first people on the scene 7 years ago, the facial data registered by the robot, and Detective Fulbright's background. Sounds great, Edgeworth thinks. I suspect to be repaid with the victory, right? Now, if you'll excuse me. Okay, you two all set to go? You bet I am. Let's do this. This is it, the final battle. The murder of Apollo's friend. The courtroom bombing incident. And the case that ushered in the dark age of the law. 7 years ago. What deck will I play? I think I have, on the main account, I think I have Synchron, Junk Speeder, that deck. If not, we could maybe play some goofy Heatzel control or something. Destiny is called to bring the one responsible for it to justice today. Spiral's almost legal? Damn. Damn. Alright, I'm gonna grab a snack actually. You resort? That's fine. Yeah, 2 quick seems good too. Let us now reconvene. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has never been more ready. You know, this is the first time we've been at the defense bench together since I debuted. Ah, you mentioned it. Well, back then I thought you were more loud than you were reliable. You've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot. Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well. He's still got that ego of his, though. Prosecutor Blackwell, with the 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Yes, I guess we could keep this chit-chat for later. But bailiff, please bring in the witness immediately. Even with those handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackwell seemed to be pretty much the same. 7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess. Alright, what you got for me, Bobby? Ha 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 ha! Bobby Fulbright here. I heard I was needed on the stand, so here I am. Detective Fulbright. Do you know why you have been called to give testimony? Yup, because there's only one reason why I'd be called. And that is because it's time for justice. In justice we trust. You can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies. What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey. He's acting exactly the same as always. Tell me about it. He must be feeling awfully confident. Fulbright, if you wish to dispel our suspicions, then let's get to your testimony. Alright, fine. You want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that. Ha 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 ha. I am the very embodiment of justice itself. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. And this bit about the escape route is only a theory. You don't have any proof. What we do have is proof that Athena Sykes is the culprit. This slider with her prints on it. Saying the suspicions against you are completely false? Well, now the defense is a real culprit? That's right, Mr. Lawyer. The escape route is totally circumstantial. He doesn't have any proof that I made a big leap onto a ladder. We don't have proof. You're correct about that. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either. Yeah, I guess you're right. But you can't define justice with evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice. Just is.
Objection!
Don't make me break out a dictionary on you. No, please don't throw the book at me. Tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up a stupid pun for him. Let's just try not to lose focus, alright? But my justice is crystal clear. What's not clear are your eyes. Wake up and smell the justice.
Silence!
Enough of your rubbish. Fulbright, if you have even an ounce of justice, then you will answer the court's questions and prove it. Prosecutor Blackwell. Prosecutor Blackwell looks torn. Well, Fulbright was his partner after all. Prosecutor Blackwell is right. The truth will be revealed in cross-examination. Suspicions against Detective Fulbright are at this point only suspicions. As is my duty, I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone have any objections? That's fine, Your Honor. Ha 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 ha. Now ask away and don't hold back. Well, there don't appear to be any objections. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Ha 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 ha! I am the very embodiment of justice itself. Make me a villain with your far-fetched arguments. I don't have any proof. Proof to Athena? Okay, let's see what you have to say about this, brother.
Hold it!
You mean the lighter that was found in the Space Museum, is that right? The one and only. After Miss Sykes murdered Mr. Tarrant, she escaped into the Space Museum. That's when she probably dropped the lighter. Then, after the launch pads were switched, she ran out of the Space Museum, where her image was caught by the security camera. Now, evidence I should probably save this fight for another time. It's like he's sticking with Athena as the culprit. It doesn't help that he has the evidence. Let's press him on everything until he cracks. Okay, press everything? Bruh. Okay, I don't think we need to press this. There's no way.
Hold it!
My arguments are hardly far-fetched. There's careful reasoning behind my theory. Yes, well, apparently there's a reasoning behind even a tofu burger. What we have against Miss Sykes, though, that is not just reasoning, but solid evidence. Hello, Sanju. And it's called the lighter, with Miss Sykes' fingerprints on it, in the victim's blood. Yes, that's true, but wait. Dr. Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence to the trial. If you harbor any suspicions, I suggest you ask Fulbright, right, Dono? Especially about that lighter. He's right, but what exactly should I ask about? Goshi, Goshi, Goshi? Position of the prince. So, how many prints were found exactly? 3. The thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger of a right hand. Right hand. Can we please add it to my testimony? You got it. He beat me to it. Ha ha ha! Be it investigating or testifying, speed is the key. 3 prints were on the lighter. The thumb, index, and the middle fingers of her right hand. The statement without I'm not sure if it's relevant or not. Well, at least he seems willing to answer our questions. Let's keep asking about different things and see if we can uncover anything. Oh my god. Okay. Right hand. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, it's gotta be some hand. Someone who's left-handed or something. In their left hand. Oh, that's easy then.
Objection!
Ah. You say the prints were from a right hand, is that correct? That's right. Very clear prints. But that just doesn't add up. Huh? What doesn't add up? According to Miss Blackwell, who saw the culprit herself, this person held the lighter in their left hand. Oh. So here's the dilemma of the point. Why are there prints on the lighter from right hand instead of left? Yeah. You're right. Doesn't make sense, does it? Your Honor, this lighter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness's claims don't even hold water. Detective Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this. I just can't understand it. They're definitely right-hand prints. But then why are they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statement? I've got it. What have you got, Detective? The mirror. The witness must have seen a reflection of the culprit in the mirror. Alright. Okay, I don't know where the mirror is, but... Go on. Miss Blackwell was looking in through the window of boarding lounge 1, wasn't she? I believe so. You mean a little window in the back, to the right of the room? That's right. And across the room on the opposite wall is a large mirror. I do remember seeing it. Ah, so are you saying... Yes, the culprit Miss Blackwell saw must have been a reflection of that person in the mirror. Ah, I see. In that case, right and left would appear reversed, wouldn't they? Ha 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 ha! Now do you see? That's the logic of pure justice.
Objection!
But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof that what Miss Blackwell saw was a reflection.
Silence!
Right, you'd sooner nick yourself than him like that. Put some more muscle into it. Huh? Ha 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 ha, that's right. Besides, the lighter couldn't have been in the left hand. And why not? Miss Blackwell said she saw an earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? That emblem is only on one side of the lighter. You're right. There's no emblem on the other side. Exactly. As blank and smooth as the judge's fine scalp. If the culprit had held the lighter in their left hand, they would have covered the emblem. Uh-oh. What's more, this is the kind of lighter you flick open with your thumb before lighting. If the culprit had held it in their left hand with the emblem out invisible, they wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it. But if they had held it in their right hand, they could easily open it and light it. This all means the culprit was definitely holding the lighter in their right hand. No! Come back, my beautiful contradiction. It appears you planted a flower that bears no fruit. Ha 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 ha. See how it withers before my flower of justice? He's tough. He's managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up to this point. justice we trust. Oh, shoot. Now, do you see? I'm not this phantom you've been talking about. I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet there's just a figment of your imagination. Oh, it's so sad, so very sad, but I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit.
Hold it!
Detective Fulbright, I believe what you said. That the emblem is only on one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that? Hmm? Of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see? Do you see an Earth emblem on both sides of the lighter? Uh-oh. I knew it. You're lying, Detective. Pardon me? You mean... Yes, my bracelet reacted to a statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. And I think if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out. Justice Stoner, you use that cheat of yours again. It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackwell. Very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever works right now. Go on, then. Yeah, Prosecutor Blackwell is reluctant. Blessing, apparently. Okay, Apollo. You're up. Here goes, then. Detective Fulbright, could you repeat that last statement one more time? What in the world are you up to? All right, fine. I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The Earth emblem is only on one side that you can see when held in the right hand. All right, Fulbright. Da 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 da. Bruh, I don't see shit. Oh, what the fuck are you doing, brother?
Gotcha.
Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase the Earth emblem, your left thumb moves. In fact, it appears as though you're running it along the edge of your holster. Well, Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion of what you're talking about. Be that as it may, I know it has something to do with the lighter. Let me examine. But why? You're not making any sense. You can't just...
Silence.
Be still and do as you're told, Fulbright. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind having a look-see, should you? What? Not you too, Prosecutor Blackwell. I'm not sure what this is all about, but Prosecutor Blackwell insists. It must be something important. I will allow the defense to examine the lighter. Good. Now maybe we'll learn something new. I hope so. Now let's check every inch of this thing. Bro. Hard to tell if the prints are from a right hand or a left hand just by looking. I don't think looking at each print with the naked eye will tell us anything, but this lighter definitely hides a secret. I agree. Let's check it out carefully. So this is the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about. Anything noteworthy? Huh? Hey, look at this. The emblem's actually some kind of button. Oh, hell nah. Wow, it transformed into something. A handle, a trigger. Is this what I think it is? It's a .10mm gun? There's no question, it seems. What you have there is a gun. A what? A gun? So that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial when Director Cosmos was on the stand. The bullet that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe .10 caliber. This is a compact gun, probably takes bullets of that caliber. I think this is the gun that was fired at the scene. I'm flabbergasted. The lighter was a gun? When Detective Fulbright would touch his holster. That's right, whenever he mentioned the Earth emblem, he must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. A lighter that transforms into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. It's not the kind of thing any ordinary person would get their hands on. In fact, I'd say it's strictly in the domain of elite spies. Detective Fulbright, you will explain yourself. Ha 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 ha. There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. I mean, it was found in the Space Museum and I brought it straight in. I didn't even have time to check it out. Whenever you mentioned the Earth emblem, you touched your holster. You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun. Accuse me all you want, but where is your proof? You have any evidence I knew the lighter was a gun? Not exactly. Whose prints are on it? Miss Sykes. Proves that she's the culprit who fired the gun at the scene. It would appear the detective is right. Hello, hi JJ. Are you guys really trying to prove your client innocent or what? Although it pains me to do this now that we are where we are. Is it day 1 already for you? Or is that tomorrow? I have to make the following assertions coming from the prosecution side. The person who fired the gun at Director Cosmos' lounge after the incident. And the person Miss Blackwell saw holding the lighter. And the person who murdered Mr. Tarrant. Tomorrow, okay. And the person who bombed the Space Center are all the defendant, Athena Sykes. The prints on the lighter are decisive proof. No! Ha 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 ha! Now, do you see? A man on the side of justice couldn't possibly be the culprit. And I think this about sums up Miss Sykes' part in the whole affair. The evidence certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. Do you have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackwell? Evidence is everything in court. Therefore, Fulbright's claims stand firm. But, calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he has to as a prosecutor. Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice. You shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as dubious as a habit. In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedheads.
Objection!
Says the man who wears sunglasses at night. If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. I'll prove that this lighter is not Miss Sykes, but yours. Sounds like you've hit on something, Apollo. Just that the prints on the lighter are the basis for accusing Athena. I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself. You mean you think this lighter might be forged evidence? That's right. It could all be part of Fulbright's bigger plot. Did you do anything out of the ordinary while I was off on my own? I can definitely think of a few things. It is indeed. Have a look at this. What's this, a lighter? Apologize, there's predicted bikini. Yeah. I think people like in universe call him an Oni, which is kind of silly. Detective. We'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge. Ah, yes. I just happen to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. If we assume he's been laying a big trap for us all along, there's got to be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence? I mean, it's not Athena's. Are they really Athena's fingerprints? They definitely matched her print data. But what about the data itself? Detective Fulbright, you were the one who provided us with the lighter and print data. Isn't that correct? Yes, what about it? You say Miss Sykes' prints match the print data. But I have to wonder, was the data used official? Well, Mr. Wright, are you suggesting the evidence might have been fabricated? I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints. Using the official sanctioned print data of the people involved in the case. Why? You dare insult the epitome of justice and integrity? There's no need for such answers.
Silence.
Your Honor, I lend my voice to defense's request. You must allow the test to be rerun. Very well then. Bailiff? Birdie. Ah, it appears that the official data is here. And the results? It's just as the defense claims. This proves that the prints on the lighter do not belong to the defendant. Yeah. Yes, the fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clay Tarrant. Bruh. Those are Clay's fingerprints on the lighter? Ah, I see. Come to think of it. Wasn't it you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints? I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity after all. When you took out the deceased fingerprints, you could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his blood. After which you wiped the blood off of his hand. Yeah. By your own admission, you are also the one who completed the phony printed data. All to put the blame on Miss Sykes. Yeah. This ploy must have been to distract us from the Phantom who was behind everything. You ought to create the impression that the Phantom was the true culprit. So does this mean Detective Fulbright really is the Phantom? Remember the killers. Wow, he's dead? Yeah. I just noticed the ponytail? Yeah. Remember the killer's escape route. Whee! No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotions, could have done it. Gah! Detective Fulbright, you were the only one who could have used that escape route. Gah! Fulbright, are you really the Phantom? Answer me, or so help me, I'll slash you to tiny slivers where you stand. Ah, alright, I'll talk. I confess. I'm not the Phantom. It's all over. Now be a man and admit it already. But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself. An under-the-cover investigator? That sounds less than wholesome to me. A person who hides his identity and secretly investigates in order to cover information. Yeah, this is the ponytail you're talking about, right? Yeah, he's supposed to be like a samurai. And that's what you really are, Fulbright. That's right, I was working to track down the Phantom, but sadly, even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. He took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with him. What?
Objection!
Better off shaving that? You never seen samurai with like those long ponytails? You're telling us this now, but if what you say is true, then who was the mystery person Miss Blackwell and Mr. Starbuck saw? It was the Phantom, I tell you. All I did was help him by having an emergency ladder I lowered.
Objection!
I don't believe you. Then how do you explain the fabricated lighter? That was also one of the Phantom's demands. being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Long hair male, cool. Pinning the crime on Athena Sykes was just another one of the Phantom's orders. And you expect me to buy that? Fulbright. What was the Phantom's ultimate objective? I was told it was sabotage the rocket launch. Someone who didn't want the launch to happen was to give it the order. Actually, I have to apologize. You too. The Phantom told me to get close to you. He ordered me to get back that psych profile you have on him. So, he sent a buzzard of his own to tail me this past year, did he? I haven't been a champion of justice. I've just been a pawn of evil. A pawn of the Phantom, who stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet there are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all. With the ceiling blown off, I suppose you are vulnerable to sniper's rifle shot in this court. Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was treating Athena like a criminal. Does he really think he's gonna lie his way out of it now? On the surface, everything does seem to make sense. This could be bad, Mr. Wright, if we can't find a flaw in his logic. He's right. After we've come all this way, we can't let Fulbright wriggle free now. There, I finally told the truth. Now I hope you see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom. Oh my god, he's got the 1,000-yard stare. You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackwell. You believe me, right? I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom. What? How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackwell? It's obvious he's the Phantom.
Silence!
Evidence is everything. Right, don't know. And you must admit, there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom. Yeah, well, okay, you make him take his gloves, and he still has a scar. From when we established it 7 years ago, the Phantom showed up and Athena stabbed him, then it's easy. Easy. If he's saying this now, does that mean his hostage family is going to be killed now? Oh, that's true. Yeah, I don't think the Phantom is going to be very forgiving for being sold out like that. He's probably still dead too. Is the fact that Detective Fulbright fabricated evidence. But I've known Fulbright here for a year now, and all this time he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were a lie. But Prosecutor Blackwell, this fool truly thought he could reform a death row inmate like me. He went so out of his way in his efforts for me. He actually became quite a nuisance, really. Prosecutor Blackwell, you believe me. Please tell me Prosecutor Blackwell hasn't really been taken in by this big pony. However, even if it was against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You will have to pay the price for that. Throw yourself at my mercy, and don't you ever betray me again. Have you got that? Yes. Oh, shit, I didn't see that. Yes, thank you. Oh, thank you. Such a bond of trust is a rare and beautiful thing. In any case, it looks like everything has been resolved. I can now hound down a not guilty verdict with confidence. Ha 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 ha. Very good. I am very glad to hear it. Da, 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 da. It's all over. Everything's been cleared up. And Miss Sykes will go free as well. Mr. Wright, we can't let the trial end here. If we do the Phantom, the man who killed Clay will get away. I know. But, what do I do? I don't have any proof that Detective Fulbright is Phantom. Is this it? Is he gonna get away with? Just like that? Now, if you'll excuse me. My next investigation awaits, and with that, I'm off. Oh my gosh. Let's go, hold it. The defense? No, wait. Not the defense. The defendant feels it's not time for a verdict yet and would like to see this trial continue. What? But I was just about to declare you innocent of all charges. Just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo. Think you could scooch over? Athena, what are you doing? Hope you don't get held in contempt of court. I have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright. Are you relieved that you are no longer under suspicion of being the Phantom? Are you grateful to Prosecutor Blackwell for what he's done for you? Oh, of course I am, and I am truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. Athena, where are you going with these questions? I have yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss. Apollo? Yeah, I know, the face. The face is pretty good. That face he makes. In 3D, it looks fine. I think the 2D version in the fourth game, I don't know, I think it works really well. The suspicion against him has been cleared up, but he's not feeling happy at all. What does that mean? We may not have any evidence, but the heart doesn't lie. That's it. With your special ability, we just might be able to stop him. Your Honor, the detective has been deeply traumatized by our accusations. Yes, well, even before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow. If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what might happen to him. Hee. Ho 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 ho. Ha 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 ha. Prosecutor Blackwell, can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting? Fulbright, I think you'd be better have that counseling. Not you too. You've been making batty remarks ever since you were accused of being a Phantom. Such as, you're an undercover investigator and your family has been taken hostage. I fear you might have finally lost it. But I thought you believed me.
Silence!
Oh, how you amuse me so. Well, what's going on here? That was an excellent bit of psychological manipulation just now, Simon. I knew you would catch on, Athena. Huh? Mind filling me in here? Hee. Guess we left you in the dust, huh, Mr. Wright? Simon was only pretending to believe Detective Fulbright, because he knew I'd notice if there was a lack of emotion like joy or relief in his response. So he gave me the chance to take a listen, and listen I did to the voice of Detective Fulbright's heart. What? You two were working together just now? Come now, Athena. Show us what's inside Fulbright's heart. You got it. Time to check the instant replay. Bridget, mon ami. Let's do this. Thank you for believing me, Prosecutor back. I'm an undercover investigator. Phantom was coercing me. I stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes. He stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. I'm a bad person for cooperating with such a man. But you took my family hostage. What else could I do? Even with all his over-the-top expressions and gestures, he's registering no emotion at all? It's just like I thought, and right in line with the Phantom Psych profile. Detective Fulbright, this lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom. Hey, what's going on? Wait, hold it. What do you think you're doing, Detective? Me? I'm not doing anything. He's trying to hack into the Moon Matrix program. I can't do anything with it like this. Yeah. Fancy device you have there, but I'll tolerate no cheating, thank you. Haha, sorry about that. As an undercover agent, I tend to use my secret arsenal without me even thinking. More like as a spy. Thanks, Prosecutor Blackwell. There, now that you can't hack me anymore, I dare you try to hide your lack of emotion from us. Ha 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 ha. Lack of emotion? What are you talking about? Of course I have emotion. Oh, as a matter of fact, you wounded me very deeply with that accusation. What's going on? All of a sudden I'm getting an overwhelming happy reading. Huh, but he's literally crying as a river over there. Oops, my mistake. How about this? Grah, yikes, now he's angry all of a sudden. What's he trying to pull? Like as not, it would appear our friend is not completely without emotion. Just as it says in Dr. Sykes' profile of Phantom. The subject has a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. Oh, I get it. So he has some emotions, right? Precisely, which leads to wonder why you can't sense any emotions from him at all. I believe it's most likely because he is controlling his emotions. Very good, Prosecutor Blackwell. You are correct. It's a result of my daily training. Oops. A very important skill for us undercover investigators, you know. More like for us spies. Seriously. But I wonder why he suddenly showed several strong emotions. Wait a minute. I think I know. I sense there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions, Detective. Ha ha ha. Feeling I'm trying to hide. That's a good one. You're the ones who have been saying I'm the Phantom because I don't have any emotions. Oops, I skipped that too. I was just trying to show you the range of deep emotions I truly possess. And you have no objection to me analyzing you, right? No, analyze away. I am not the Phantom, and you were forewarned that your analysis will have no effect. Because you're about to see what an undercover agent can really do. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck am I... What the? How are we supposed to pick out what's a natural from this mess? I don't know what we can do with this either. This must be his defenses against your ability. So you think this is what he meant by he's really capable of? I hate to know what's going on inside that guy's head. Well, we know he's hiding something and that he feels threatened by Athena. Being only human, his true feelings, an emotion he can't completely conceal, must be hidden somewhere in his testimony. How dare you accuse me of being someone who could kill over a moon rock? Why do you mention the moon rock? We never mentioned it. I think it's the sad emote. The others are like really intense. I think he should be more angry too, I guess. Is the other idea. Okay, so it is a sad. Wow. I found it. I found the one emotion you're truly feeling. What? Hidden in the middle of that chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared. When you talk about the moon rock, you felt a fear that wouldn't fade. Fear, huh? A fear that a man with hardly any emotion feels, huh? And it was a response to that moon rock. Detective Fulbright, I presume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because... failed to steal it. I think he did steal it. You lost it. I guess identity. If you're a spy, you don't want your identity to be revealed. Of course, that's it. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. The case is about the Phantom after all. Second Fulbright, I think I know why you would feel afraid. You're afraid that the moon rock will somehow reveal your identity. Oh shit. I just got your message. What is that? If his identity were revealed, he would be killed immediately. That's certainly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid. Me? Afraid? I don't know what you're talking about. So there really is something about the moon rock that would reveal his identity? Apparently so. Wait a minute. Maybe the Phantom didn't so much steal the moon rock, but more like had to take it with him. Because there was something on it that would reveal his true identity. What is he doing, bruh?
Hold it!
He just... Is it just me, or was he going to use that weird watching to try to get away? How many more of those toys do we have? Where can I get myself some? Detective Fulbright, you will answer honestly to this court right now. Why do you feel fear in connection with the moon rock? In justice, we trust, not emotions, Mr. Lawyer. Evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid. Don't make me laugh. Ah! What was that just now? But all human beings have hearts and experience emotions. Sometimes analyzing a case from a psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth. Eee. Dun dun dun. I know. Dun dun dun. It's all just a waste of time. All your efforts and analysis. Let's see. Give me a second. It's all just a waste of time. All your efforts and analysis serve no purpose. And now, in this dark age of the law, not again. Why is he even talking about this bullshit? No instance, I still didn't see the foreshadowing, to be honest. I picked up on it. He's like, well, okay. When he's being super helpful to you, that's like when you're supposed to be suspicious, like narratively. But I could see like it not mattering, right? Like, but I think like that's what the writers wanted you to do. Think. Well, not at that point. I think I started getting suspicious once he talked about the emergency. Gumshoe be like, yeah. When he talked about the emergency ladder, that's when it clicked, I think. But you're supposed to go back and like think, oh shit, why was he so helpful? He was also the one who supplied the evidence. But I don't think at the beginning of the case you're supposed to think that. It is a little bit weird behavior, but you know, he's kind of stupid. So you're just like, okay, I'll just take the free W. But I don't think, I think it only, like, whenever I had to, basically when I had to present this is when it clicked. I don't know if it was, it is foreshadowing, but I don't know if it's like foreshadowing that you're supposed to get on the spot. I guess that's how I would put it. And now, in this dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim that it's effective. In an era when evidence is fabricated, do you truly expect feelings to be accepted as proof? And where exactly is your proof that I fear the moon rock anyway? Well, I admit I don't have any conventional proof. But I still say that examining a person's heart has its merits. Oh, really? Then why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices of the hearts of the people in the gallery. Uh-oh. That's not good. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah, birdie. All I hear is distrust. As you can see, the people are on my side, because all they see is a strange little girl using a weird little machine. But it's not like I use analytical psychology to falsely accuse people. Uh-oh, he's got Athena downing herself. Ms. Sykes' analytical psychology has breathed new life into the courtroom. I mean, okay, like every time they introduce some like new forensic analysis, I don't know, I don't feel like people are obligated to take it at face value as like decisive evidence. So it does feel like all it really does is make the witnesses or the culprits like just talk out of their, trip them up. So they Detective LaBubba reporting for duty. What's up, Detective LaBubba? It was freed the hearts of many witnesses. Has been key in getting to the truth. Okay, that is true, but it's not. I don't know if like the what's called the motion stuff like is actual evidence. They usually just go like, "What? How'd you figure that out?" Like the Cyclops. Ha ha ha! What nonsense! Your Honor, the defense's claim is a false one. I don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to the moon rock. I see. Very well. I will give the opinion of this court. In a trial, I don't feel that a person's emotions are quite as compelling as actual evidence is. Uh-oh. Sorry I said anything. My bad. But, Your Honor. Hee 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 ho ho ho. Ha 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 ha. There, you see? Nobody believes you in your trumped up charges. However, I do believe Miss Sykes' analysis can contribute to making the truth clear. Alright, so, okay. My bad, sorry for downing you, goat. I have seen her do this firsthand several times already. Surely you jest. So does this mean you will accept my findings in this trial, Your Honor? Yes, I believe your claim, Miss Sykes. I think there is merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regarding to the moon rock. That is the court's opinion on this matter. Then that's a win for me. No, a win for analytical psychology. Now, Mr. Phantom, you will tell this court the reason for your fear. Analytical psychology? My fears? Fine. I'll show you precisely why those abstract things can't be considered evidence. Hee 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 hee, ho ho ho. Ha 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 ha. My bad. Oh shit. I didn't expect this cross. I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Okay, you know what? My bad. He might actually lie his way out of this. Give me a second. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. Okay, this is some bullshit. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. So the very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice. Dun, 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 dun. All right, are we gonna take out Detective Bright? All right, what? And there you have it. Now do you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock? Sure, you sound convincing enough. But so does any 2-bit con artist. It's all meaningless in the absence of evidence. The Phantom is like the mist, no flesh, no bones. My sword alone cannot cut it. Right, Dono? With your deductive reasoning and the body of evidence before us, let us send this miserable Phantom fellow to the other world together. You and I, Prosecutor Blackwell, we have a duty to bring the Phantom down and restore the people's faith in the courts. The Phantom! And indeed, by covering for Athena, I allowed the Phantom to escape. And as a prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust with my murder conviction. I bear part of the responsibility as well for being suspected of forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result. Damn, AA4 reference. The two of us and the Phantom were there at the beginning of the Dark Age of Law. Then it is also our burden cut away the foul specter we created, is it not? Until all that remains is the righteousness of the court and the faith of the people. Hee 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 hee, ho ho ho, ha 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 ha. Trust, understanding, ha! Fragile ideals of the masses who are controlled by emotion. Humans can't really trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing.
Objection!
Alright. Once two people overcome their misgivings, that's where real trust is to be found. You're free to believe what you want, but trust like that is stronger than you and your lies, always. Alright. Felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me. This got to be the final cross. Felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. Okay, no one gives a fuck about your fake family. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of that moon rock? None at all. Okay, this seems suspicious.
Hold it!
You can't think of a single... I hope it is. I gotta go to bed soon. But I want to know what happens. We're almost done. I would say I have like 30 minutes. It should finish in 30. You can't think of a single reason that the Phantom might be afraid of the rock? I thought the Phantom wasn't even supposed to have any feelings. How could someone like me, with my wealth of emotions, be expected to understand the guy? The Phantom, a person with... So this case is 7? Finish in 30, then end? No. Yeah, but I think I did an hour and a half earlier, so I have a feeling... yeah, this is the final 30. The Phantom, a person with very few emotions, would only be afraid of something really big. That's 8 hours. Uh-oh. That might be a two-parter. I don't know. Like his cover getting blown big. I'm willing to bet the moon rock has something to do with his identity. But what? Maybe the Phantom's fingerprints are on the rock. The fingerprints can be wiped off. And maybe he wanted the rock so bad he literally drew on it and left his DNA? We're dealing with a spy here, Athena, not a slob. True. But maybe the DNA part isn't too far off. Oh, okay. I think we pressed the correct statement. Huh? Something unexpected happened to him during the incident 7 years ago. He got stabbed. That was unexpected. He got stabbed by Athena. Yes. Okay. They're just telling you right now. Yeah. I just know I have something that can show why the Phantom is afraid of the moon rock. I'll just continue with my testimony while you're pondering then, if you don't mind. So, okay. Is it just a statement then? It's kind of a leap, though. I feel like the game had to tell me. I think it's this. Okay, the game told me to do this, alright? I don't have actual, like, logic supporting this. This is just like, okay, I'm trying to move the plot. Detective Fulbright, I assume you know what this is. Of course, that's the knife the Phantom used to kill Clay Terran. That's right, and the exact same type of knife Miss Sykes used 7 years ago when she stabbed the Phantom's hand. Yes, that was discussed earlier, as I recall. He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. And this time, you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Miss Sykes then stated that she remembers the culprit bleeding. It's my theory that the culprit's blood got on the moon rock. He was afraid that if the blood was analyzed, his true identity would be revealed. That explains why the Phantom had to remove the moon rock from the crime scene. You mean if we ran the analysis now, we'd know who the Phantom is? Ha 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 ha! Yes, I suppose so. But unfortunately, the moon rock in question is missing. That may be so, but I'm certain I can explain what happened to it in great detail. Yet you can? Of course not. My goat. You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me. Ah! What this court needs is a bully-free zone. Ah, the infamous sword of the beguiling bluff. Its edge is without compare. Come now, ready it with me, and show us just how finely it cuts. What is this like? Ah, this technique. I have... Your Honor, this is an outrage. Oh, I mean, this is an outrage. Ah! Go on, right, Dono. Let's start with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now, the culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab. But in this video of him, it's nowhere to be seen. Simon Black hasn't seen that technique since... Yeah, he literally sounds like that. The Heian era. Oh, you're right. But here's something to consider. What if the Phantom hid the moon rock somewhere at the scene of the crime? Good thinking, boss. Security was super tight at the Space Center back then. Okay, he hid it in the capsule. All that in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints. Does this mean that the moon rock is still somewhere in the Space Center? In the name of justice, I proclaim, that's impossible. And why is that? The Space Center was searched from top to bottom, and especially the lab, but the moon rock was never found. Ah, how could I forget about that? A sad but true fact. We still have a grasp on how it was done. But the Phantom made the moon rock vanish into the ether. There's no way it just disappeared. Logic and evidence tells us otherwise. The Phantom didn't have the moon rock on him when he left the lab. Yet, a thorough police search didn't turn up anything. And it never turned up in the 7 years after that either. The Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing himself. But how? There must have been a way. Think, Phoenix. Think. Yeah, the little capsule. How did the moon rock vanish from the robotics lab? So, can you not show what happened to the moon rock, Mr. Wright? Yes, I can. Your Honor? What? Oops, sorry. I mean... What? Is blood analysis still even usable after 7 years in the first place? I don't even know. So a lot of these cases I feel could be blown open through DNA analysis, but they don't. It's very rare for them to even use it in the first place. In that case, let's have your answer, Mr. Wright. How did the Phantom make the moon rock disappear from the crime scene? It's this.
Take that!
That's a hope capsule, right? Oh, that's so crazy, actually. If he really hid the murder weapon or whatever in the capsule and it got launched into space or something like that. Or, I don't know. Maybe the one that went up with the Hat 1 rocket? That's kind of crazy. He couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. So there was only one safe place to stash it. The hope capsule that was there in the lab that day. Yes, and the team must have loaded onto the Hope space probe eventually. But if that's what happened, then the moon rock would have been launched up into space with the rocket. Ermi. That's kind of crazy. Preposterous. It would mean for these past 7 years, the moon rock was... Exactly. The Phantom got rid of the moon rock in the most cosmic way he knew how. Yeah, it was just floating in space. That's kind of crazy. It was out there in the depths of space. Aboard the Hope space probe. What? What? I understand now. The Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage the Hat 1 anyway. The villain. He used his primary objective conveniently. Kill two birds with one stone. That's right. He planned for the moon rock to be turned into cosmic dust out in space, thereby destroying the one piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. But Mr. Starbuck and the others foiled the Phantom's plot. The Hope space probe sailed off safely on the mission and returned 7 years later. With the capsule in tow. Gah! If we analyze the blood on the moon rock, it should make one thing crystal clear. That you were the Phantom all along, Detective Fulbright. Bah! Bright. So he killed Clay just so he could get the moon rock back. I believe so. His original assignment may have been just to sabotage the hat too, but at the same time, he also had to retrieve the evidence of his crimes. That's why he went to the boarding lounge and attacked Clay as he made his escape out of the rocket with the capsule. But in the end, it was all he could do just to escape himself. He didn't get the capsule. Clay must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. He probably hung on to the capsule for all he was worth until his very last breath. Whoa, ha 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 ha. Oh, this is so funny. You make me laugh. You really do. Boy, he's totally out of whack now. It's game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you just admit to it all now? There's nothing to admit. I'm Bobby Fulbright, undercover agent. I am not the Phantom. The blood on the rock is just another one of his schemes. A trap. Now, I'm not sure what to think. I suppose if the Phantom is a spy worth his salt, a trap is not out of the question. But in that case, you could say anything is a trap. Their faces are so funny. In what way? Like the exaggerated expressions? That's what makes a trap a trap. I've been framed in taking the blame for the Phantom. Your Honor, I believe further investigation is in order.
Silence.
Da, 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 da. Further investigation, more like plotting your escape. But no more. I will bring you to justice myself if I must. Here and now. I guess it's time to show you just what I'm really capable of. Apollo Athena's? Yes, I love Apollo Athena's. Apollo Athena's expressions are so good. Die, Simon Blackwell. Bruh. Hey, you guys aren't really... Oh my god. They were both in EI. It looks like I made it just in time. Edgeworth. I have good news for you, Mr. Wright. I've uncovered some very crucial facts. Did you find something out about the Phantom's true identity? You might say that. I started by looking into the first people on the scene 7 years ago. All 3, an employee and 2 officers, were registered in the robot's recognition systems. But none of them looked the least bit like Detective Fulbright. That's not good. But there's more. I've yet to share my most important finding. Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackwell, you'd best brace yourselves. Uh-oh. The man you see there before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? An unidentified body that was found a year ago has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints. Then does this mean... Yes, that man there is an imposter, pretending to be Bobby Fulbright. An imposter? Then this man, who in the world is he? Enough of your trickery. If you will not reveal yourself to us, then I shall do it for you. Bruh. What the? No! His face. Amogus attorney? Yeah. Aw, look what you did to my mask. My mask? What is the meaning of this witness? Okay, you got me. I guess I have to show you who I really am now. Oh, I remember this scene. Oh my god, I remember this. Wait, but that's... Hey, Apollo. Yup, it's me, Solomon Starbuck. Mr. Starbuck, but that can't be right. You can't really be the Phantom, can you?
Silence.
Of course not. The real Starbuck was aboard the Hat 1, which was set to be destroyed. Yeah, it's just another mask. I mean, didn't I tell you? I'm an undercover investigator. I can change identities at will. I can be anyone I want.
Objection!
Not so fast. I have the Phantom Psych profile right here. If we compile a Psych profile on you, compare the results, it will prove that you're the Phantom. It's time for me to show you the real meaning of the phrase, the end justifies the meaning. Okay, dude. You're gonna turn into, okay. That voice. Those words. I cannot accept such evidence here, Miss Sykes. Professor Means. Mask? I'll take what I want by any means necessary. Now give me that evidence. Hermie. Huh? Time to take out the trash. Permanent. How could you? Now do you see how powerful the end justifies the means can be?
Silence.
How pathetic. You can't even speak without wearing another man's face. Ah, but that's the life of an undercover agent for you. My real face has no meaning or value to me at all. Or perhaps it really isn't the case that you don't even know who you are anymore. What must you see when you look in a mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I'd wager. Well, aren't you just the master of psychology, Blackwool? That's right. I don't know who I am. I'm always living as someone else for my assignments. I don't remember what my face looks like. Or even what my personality was like. My face, memories, personality, beliefs, emotions, and soul. I left them all behind. I have no self. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss. What's with this guy? Is he even still human? And now we resume with your lesson, Professor Wright. Oh, huh? I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood on the moon rock, you could prove that I am the Phantom. I believe there was blood on the moon rock in that capsule. Now that we know you aren't even Bobby Fulbright, your claims of a phantom trap won't work anymore. Then why don't you bring this moon rock in, this decisive evidence from the Hope capsule? I think I will do just that. Get ready, because the Hope capsule is about to seal your... It got blown up, we know. Fudge! Fah! The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence and was blown to smithereens. It looks like you have finally caught on. Full marks for the defense for effort, but what a shame your hope was lost in the courtroom explosion. Okay, I caught this a long time ago. Ah! So that's the real reason this courtroom was blown up. It was all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence. I can't believe it. Have we really reached a dead end after coming all this way? Has the only evidence we have on this guy really been destroyed? How dare you continue to call me the Phantom? As I've said all along, I'm just a nameless undercover agent. Furthermore, we have proof. Or at least a prayer, Brad. I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright. At least put some weight behind your swing, right, Dono? There's only one thing that can unmask this menace, the moon rock, but that was blown to bits in the courtroom bombing. And yet, is it really gone without a trace? Wondering why the courtroom looks so ramshackle? Yeah, it got blown up. Imagine Phoenix saying negate. Yeah, he's basically saying negate. And yet, it's really gone with it. It doesn't like I think in the trilogy, I think when you first face like Edgeworth for the first time, the vibe of that case I got was chain links. I think there's like a moment in one of the cases where you just like have like a three-way objection or something. Like you basically a volleyball objection. It was pretty sick. Yeah, is it really gone without a trace? What if some tiny parts, some little fragments still exist? Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture. Very well, Mr. Wright. Let's see your proof. Yeah, this one I caught at the very beginning. I know this one. This is kind of a dick move by the developers. It's this. Because they present you at the very beginning, or like halfway through this case, actually. Halfway through case 4, I think. And then they just kind of like never address it ever again.
Take that!
Phoenix says destroy one card your opponent controls and one Destiny hero monster you control. That's true. Isn't that the bomb that blew up the courtroom and the moon rock along with it? Are you saying this will reveal the Phantom's identity? Yes, Your Honor. Focus your attention on this photo taken after the bomb. Specifically right here.
Take that!
Please take a look at this newspaper article. Now please note the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. That's the moon rock, and when we look at this photo of the bomb fragments, see how there's a rock-like object with the same coloration? Oh my, yes, I see it. It would seem that the moon rock was much more durable than the Phantom thought. If we take a look at all the fragments that the police found, we'll likely find one with blood. And DNA testing on that blood would prove that the witness is indeed the Phantom. Unbelievable! But that's possible. A surprise to be sure. That's one bloody tough rock. Let's have the fragments tested straight away. Oh, and you'll be having a DNA test too. Fool bright. Fa bright. Bailiff, contact the police department immediately and order the testing. Prosecutor Blackwell, what do the test results show? There was a rock fragment that had blood on it that appeared to be several years old. DNA testing revealed... Well, I'm sure you know full well what it revealed. They confirmed it was a witness's blood, didn't they? There's no use in trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Admit it, you are the Phantom.
Objection!
Huh? Mr. Wright, did you just raise an objection to yourself? No, I didn't say a word. Oh, the Phantom did that. That was my objection, Apollo. Bruh. Why? It was a pretty good objection, too, don't you think? Now he's me? So, did you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, no, not really, Your Honor. Nande? Nande? No, not you, Mr. Wright. I mean the witness, Mr. Wright. Could this trial get any more insane? Mr. Wright, this fragment of rock in the photograph and those just like it. How can you be so sure they're pieces of the same moon rock that was at the robotics lab? Care explain what you mean? Well, there may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood on it. How do you know they're not just rocks? You can't prove they're the moon rocks, right? Okay. I mean...
Objection!
Maybe? Don't be absurd. Just compare the fragment with the rock in the newspaper article, and you can see that they're the same. They have the exact same coloration.
Objection!
But maybe some other rock with the same coloration happened to be in the courtroom. It's highly unlikely a rock with such a unique appearance just happened to be here. Oh! It's this. This is also made from moon rock. You can't deny its possibility.
Objection!
But your blood, it was on the fragments. Apollo, there's nothing suspicious about my blood being on a piece of rock. And why not? I know it sounds like an excuse, but several years ago I tripped and fell in this very courtroom and was hurt pretty badly. Maybe that's how my blood found its way on a piece of rubble. Even he must realize how ridiculous that sounds. And yet, I suppose it's not completely out of the question. Ha ha ha, I see you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright. I thought that the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Oh, hell nah. You're the last person I want to hear that from. Well, then why don't we get those fragments analyzed? We could ask an expert to verify if they were from the moon rock in the robotics lab or not. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that just isn't going to be possible. In order to prove that the fragments are from where you say they are from, you need a sample of the moon rock from 7 years ago to compare it with. But that moon rock doesn't exist anymore, and there's no sample data left either. You see, short of going back in time, there's no way to prove that any of the fragments are from that moon rock. Oh no! That's fucked up. There's really no way to prove it? Ha ha ha, are you finally ready to throw in the towel? Their faces. So the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh? That's right, it was such a valuable rock too. A shame, really. It's lost to us forever. He's wrong. It's not completely lost. There's another piece of it, right here by our side. A shining fragment of hope that can turn everything around. The final piece of evidence puts this phantom away for good. The fence has a piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. A final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care. We do? We do, even if the person holding it hasn't realized it yet. Is this true, Mr. Wright? Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing as usual. Whew! I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got. Try me. The piece of evidence that shows the original moon rock isn't completely lost is this. Let's go. Made of room rock. Flashback, let's go. But just about the only things my mother left me with are widget and this earring. Maybe she did love me, and in her own way. Athena, you may not know it, but your mother left with you a very important piece of evidence. She did? You're bluffing. You don't have anything of the kind. Oh, but we do. Evidence that will finally corner you, because we have a moon rock of our own. Yeah. You mean... Exactly. A gift Dr. Sykes left her daughter. An item Athena has cherished and worn all these years. As distant as Dr. Sykes may have seemed to her daughter, that fragment of her love. Where's Pearl, by the way? Did we just forget about Pearl? Will shake off the darkness of the past and give us all hope for the future. This is the defensive sample of the moon rock. That's your sample? This earring that Miss Sykes always wears was made from that original moon rock. What? All this time? It was right here all along? No, it can't be. If the composition of the bomb fragments and the earring are found to be a match, then it will prove beyond the shadow of a doubt the origin of the fragment in this photo. And since the test results show that the blood on the fragment was yours, this means that the identity you tried so hard to hide will finally be revealed. I love this guitar. The identity I tried to hide, I don't have an identity to hide. I may not have Athena's ears, but now even I can hear the fear in your voice. Fear? I don't feel fear. I left all of my emotions behind years ago. Every human being feels fear. You simply can't face emotions inside you. You can't face them because you have nothing. No love, no trust. I suppose you do? I didn't have anybody to support me at first either. I couldn't face the fear inside me, couldn't get over the trauma of my past. Like I said, I don't feel fear.
Objection!
Then you're just a coward for running away from yourself. When I had my doubts about Miss Sykes, I felt like I would collapse under the weight. But I wanted to trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation. Running away from myself. Ha 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 ha. How can I run from myself? when there's nothing inside. Nothing at all.
Objection!
I know it's hard for someone as unwilling to trust others as you to understand. But people have emotions. It's just a fact of life, and so people can be weak at times. What's the word behind using the bomb cord? Oh, so you're forced to hold a trial by Black Quill's sister because she took a bunch of hostages with a robot uprising. The plot basically said all the courtrooms are used. Like, they're all filled up. They're booked. Everyone else is using them for other court cases. And then you guys are like... And then they're like, wait a minute. We have one that we can't use. That got bombed earlier. So I think it kind of works out in a way. I do like how thematically... but that's exactly why people need to trust one another. So they can gain the strength to face themselves. Without trust in others, how can you ever hope to face your fears? The fear inside of me is this? No. Ah! I'm afraid. I'm scared. I feel fear. You can't outrun yourself. Remove that mask. Unleash your emotions. Confront your guilt head on with your own true face. My own true face? No, please don't. I know you're here. See, I haven't revealed anything yet. Honest. My own true face. The Fulbright was dead before the trial, yes. He became Fulbright. Oh my god. How does he know about LaBelle? Is this my face? Is it? Is it? No, that's not it. No. This isn't me either. Ah, is this me? Which one is my face? What am I? Who am I? Ah. Did he just die? One of the funny part is I don't think Black Hole ever actually said the DNA report was a match. I don't think so either. Where did that come from? I think maybe it was offhandedly, but dude, I think he just died. One of those faces is Reggie's, yes. Ugh. A sniper attack in this very courtroom. He actually just got sniped. It chills me to my bones. But the police are doing everything they can to track down the sniper as we speak. Prosecutor Blackwell, how is Detective Fulbright, I mean, his imposter, doing? He's a lucky fellow. The bullet didn't hit any vital organs. He's still alive? He appears to be in no danger of dying. I thought he just got murked. Well, that was fortunate for all of us. The analysis of that final piece of evidence Bright Dono submitted is in. The composition of Miss Sykes' earrings and fragment with the blood on it match. You can now be certain that is a fragment of the moon rock in question. The bombing of courtroom number 4 and his other crimes, as numerous as the stars. Under suspicion of all of these things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated. The prosecutor's office is now responsible for his well-being. There are still a myriad of things we wish him to tell us about, after all. Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end. But before I do, will the defendant please return to their proper place? Yes, Your Honor. Now then, this court finds the defendant, Athena Sykes, not guilty. Yippee! Court is adjourned. Oh, Pearl! The goat. After Maya. Congratulations, Mr. Nick. Thank you, Pearls, and thank you for being there for Athena. It's the least I could do. But Athena was great, wasn't she? She was so strong throughout the whole trial. Daddy, I'm so glad to see you. Trucy, are you alright? Are you hurt? I'm fine, Daddy. I was doing magic tricks for the other hostages to keep our spirits up. That's our Trucy for you. I'm really glad to see you're safe. Right, I fear I owe you yet another debt of gratitude. Edgeworth. We never would have caught him if it weren't for all of you. Why does Apollo have a kid again? No, it's Phoenix. It's Phoenix has a kid. And he has a kid because of events of Ace Attorney 4. Where he basically her actual father like dipped, but he entrusted his daughter with Phoenix. And so Phoenix basically raised her for like 7 years, I think. I think so, something like that. What are you talking about? You're the ones who have been tracking. Oh shoot, I did. You're the ones who have been tracking the Phantom all this time. Plus, you were the one who gave Blackwell permission to serve as prosecutor, right? Yes, well, we knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. Police and I were trying to find him, but we never did manage to do so until this trial. Well, we never would have won this trial without you. It was your help as chief prosecutor that was the key to a successful conclusion. Besides, it was you that saw to it I got my attorney badge back, right? Wasn't it? So you figured it out, did you? Well, no shit. I think some people are wondering in the events, where was Edgeworth in the events of AA4? I mean, I guess like this kind of answers that. Yeah, getting my license back went just a little too smoothly, you know. Should have been much harder after that evidence forging scandal. Well, I owed you a few favors. Hey, Edgeworth, think we can finally bring the dark age of the law to an end? Even the darkest night turns to dawn eventually. Our sun will rise again. Besides, now that prosecutor Blackwell has been cleared of all charges, a great deal of the mistrust towards the court system should have been swept away. You know, you could have said that with a bigger smile, Edgeworth. I won't kill you. Instead, the furrows in that brow of yours just keep getting deeper and deeper. Hey, he's just Unk. There's nothing wrong with getting older. Though I should smile more, huh? I'll think about it. Ah, the complicated love-hate relationship between lifelong rivals. Yeah, Narumitsu. Athena. I'm forever in your debt. You went to all that trouble, even taking the bar exam while you were overseas. Well, I knew that if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'd be executed. So I studied and studied. I was frantic. I'm so glad I made it in time. Aww, just barely. But I still made it. That a girl, Athena. It's good to see you finally let your tears out. Yes, I survived by the skin of my teeth, thanks to you. Shame on you, Simon, for trying to throw your life away like that. It was never my intention to just throw my life away. But some things in this world are more important than your own life. Like what? My honor-bound duty to protect with my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure. Huh? That's some loyalty. This guy really is a samurai through and through. Well, it looks like we can breathe easy now. Apollo, Athena, thank you both. Took all of us together to pull it off. You bet, boss. What a team we are, huh? It was definitely the most amazing turnabout I've ever seen. I'm a lucky guy. My office has the best, most capable lawyers around. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'm going to work extra hard to make up for all the worry I caused. Apollo Justice is fine and ready to go. Let's hear it for the Wright Anything Agency. Well, nobody's going to try harder than me, so you better watch out, Apollo. Diamond is free thanks to Mr. Wright. But there are so many more people out there who need our help. You're right, and I'll be needing you both to help them. We still have a long way to go. Get ready, you two. We want a major victory, but the war is far from over. There are still people out there suffering under false charges who need defending. We've got a lot of work ahead of us, if we ever hope to fully bring the dark age of the law to a close. Hey, I know one thing we have to do. It's noodles. We have to celebrate with a bowl of piping hot noodles. Yeah. Huh? Nothing like a bowl of Eldoon's noodles after a trial, all on Mr. Wright's tab. That's how it works at the Wright Anything Agency, right, Mr. Wright? Huh? As a boss, it's your duty to express gratitude to your people for their great work. In that case, allow me to join in the festivities. I would greatly. And I can't rest easy until I say objection. True. In that case, allow me to join in the festivities. I would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles. It's so funny how he just invited himself. Huh? I have an idea, Daddy. Why don't you just invite everybody involved with the case? There's the more the merrier, right? Oh, Mr. Nick, look how far you've come. Who knew you'd grow up to be such a generous gentleman? I think this is the ending of the second case. Guys, under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say. Only if I get to join in. Hey, no fair, I want to say it too. Okay, here we go. Oh, it's right here, a little objection.
Objection!
I was trying to think of something nice I could do for Polly now that he's back. So I decided to get around and get a bunch of jobs for him to do. Find a lost cat, install an air conditioner, give a computer lesson, find a lost item. You think I should have found him a few legal cases? Nah, that's okay. This is the Wright Anything Agency after all. Ace of Tornima. Nina and Apollo were so wonderful in court. I'd better study as much as I can if I want to be a judge someday. My grandma says eat lots of peppers and they'll ignite your passion. Oh, but I should figure out which to grow. Green peppers or yellow peppers? Or maybe I should go with the hot as the sun red peppers instead. I always love the ending themes for these games. To ignite your hassle first, the end of the Dark Age of Law. Don't you know sometimes it's necessary to get a guilty verdict by any means possible? What? They're putting me under investigation? The chief prosecutor wants to see me? Eee! Oh my god. Fuck this guy. Rookie killer my ass. I've been asked to debut the great master wrestler Tenma Taro. He's scheduled to go up against Amazing Ninetales. Oh, what to do? A fight to the finish with myself? Why don't you go ask Mr. Demon Liar to be the Amazing Ninetales too? That's not a bad idea. I bet he'd be all for it. Caw, caw, caw. So we were to meet as foes, are we, my little friend? I just realized Tenma means heaven horse. Or at least the kanji is heaven horse. So it's like Pegasus. Would you believe it? I'm Alderman of Ninetales Vale now. I took over after Rex QB for the good of my beloved village. What do you say? Would you like to make a little donation to help us out? Hey, you. What do you think you're doing sneaking my manor? Ah, the jig's up. Better make a run for it. I thought I wanted to be an artist, but after seeing the amazing job Athena did, I started becoming genuinely interested in law. So now I'm studying for the bar exam. I'm going to prosecute Athena someday. Real SEE. I'm studying my buns off too, but not for the bar exam. I'm going to pass the Themis Estrus exam on my own merit this time. With a score of 100 points, of course. Hugh, Juniper, our dream will live on forever! Mr. Fresh. I found really sweet boxes for all three of them, but they won't wear them. Is it because I want to be a legal journalist instead of a lawyer or a judge? But anyway, thanks to the trial, the school newspaper's future is as bright as can be. Now let's see what the fresh blood have to say. Our editor cried so hard at graduation rehearsal, our cardboard box got soggy. The one night only reunion concert. I still remember that evening of passion. The president of the student council saying like no high school student. I've seen before. Oh, this part of the song. It's the guitar's melody or whatever. I gave this place a good cleaning from top to bottom, but it's already a mess again. I guess the only thing I can do now is clean up the attitudes of the people in this office. With Mystic Maya to do to come here once her training is over, it must simply be done. Haha, humanity's dreams for outer space will never die. In fact, planning for the HAT-3 rocket has officially begun. Look upon me, people of this great nation, and witness the glory of Yuri Cosmos. What do you... Oh, director? Yes, yes, rocket preparations are fully complete. Yes, you just leave everything to me. Assistant director, Yuri Cosmos. Oh, who's the... Is Ara the main director now? I'm going to the moon in the new rocket. If Athena or Mommy Metis came to the moon, I would love to show them around. But which is more interesting? Montes Pyrenees or the Mare Tranquillatus? You think they would like either one? Yay! Hooray! I wonder how Miss Ara is doing. I'd rather be near Miss Ara than on the moon. Oh, Miss Ara, I just want to use me again like you used to. Holy shit, he wants that. So, he's got the sub. He developed the sub kink. That's crazy. Ready for launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off! I'm going to the moon for real this time, for me and Clay. Thanks to my lawyers, I know now I should never give up. But I'm worried. You can't breathe in space, and in fact, it's cold as heck. Oh man, now I'm getting really nervous. No, I am not employed here. I simply came to request her services in defense of my sister. But no one's around, and I've been kept waiting for a long time. And what sort of case brings you here? Oh, your father was accused and you wish for Athena to defend him? Then perhaps he and I shall meet in a courtroom in the near future. I look forward to your next month's salary assessment. Eee, please forgive me! Blackwell's acquittal has brought all manner of ills in the prosecutor's office to me. It would seem solving that case has thawed the chill of winter into the warmth of spring. Now I owe Wright yet another debt of gratitude. I will repay him one day. You can trust in that. This is like the courtroom thing. Dude, I forgot about the yokai ones. The freaking yokai. Oh my god, though. The yokai kiss, but definitely a bum moment. I did like the Academy case. This one is not. This was not as bad as I thought it could have been. As it could have been. But I guess doesn't say too much. But wait, is that Bones the same as the anime studio? I guess so. Yes, I think there are some anime clips in scattered throughout this series. They're very brief, but yeah, it probably was Bones. I know the actual anime was done by A1 Productions or something like that. Objection. I would say this is the... it's a pretty okay entry. A1 is a mid-tier studio, but Bones is a heavy hitter. Yeah, Bones is crazy. Bones was the FMA. If I remember. Instead of the anime? Yeah, I know. But maybe it's just like commissioning them for the short clips was probably cheaper or something like that.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, really? They did Mob Psycho? Wow. Aura looks very different with her hair down.
Mr. Starbuck! You'll be fine. Just believe in yourself.
The moon's closer than you think.
I just realized, speaking of anime scenes. Your recent high profile anime? Dang.
Thanks, guys. I wouldn't have made it back into space if it wasn't for you.
All right.
That was cute. Okay, so we're not done with this game. We have one DLC case. Oh shit. Through the years, I've seen as much joy as heartache. honesty as deceit. But just as Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair, I believe that hope and friendship can lift us all up towards a brighter tomorrow. Yippee! Despair, yeah. Okay, so we still have... We're done with the game, technically. Continue on the next game? No. We have DLC. And it's just like a kooky case. It has no bearing on the plot or anything like that. So we've officially concluded like the series, though. Next game is Spirit of Justice. Which has very mixed reviews. I feel like this one has... I don't know. I've heard some mixed things. But, I think this is... I'll just go ahead and say my thoughts, because the next case is just going to be another... This is going to be more, you know, more AA5. Alright, good night. Have a good one. Yeah, I don't know. This was fine. But I'm pretty sure I erased the memory of this this case. It wasn't like... It was pretty forgettable. But I did like how everything kind of tied together at the end. Kind of wrapped up. The last case was like all fan service. Like fucking Edgeworth coming back. And then, you know, all the, you know, Athena Apollo joining together. I guess the big bad was fine, you know, a guy who fakes his emotions, you know, and or is emotionless. I feel like he's a pretty good foil to Athena. But yeah, I don't know. This game was fine. It wasn't bad or anything. How your pocket pulls? I didn't pull any EXs yet, so not great. But I did pull Butterfree, which is a pretty good card. I like the OST a lot, so it's not that high up as high up as GAA for me, but I enjoyed. I had a good time. So I'll see if we do the SP. I got Butterfree Shiny, nice. All right, I'm gonna send you off, guys. Thank you for joining me. I did not expect it to take this long, but whatever. Wait, let me put on a song, actually. R set music background. Wait, how do you do that? Oh, you can change it. Okay, which one's a good theme? The Dark Age of the Law. Let's do this one. Thoughts on the Denny X? That card's good. You have to build a deck around it. Diancie EX, I think, has to be partnered with... Diancie EX is good, but probably not as... it takes more setup. I think the Den, you can build around it pretty easily. It's not that hard. It can deal like 160 damage, which is very impressive. It does feel a little squishy, though. But I think the Den EX, like... I think all you have to do is play around Guzma, which people don't actually play, but maybe someone actually plays it. But there's Field Blower, but like you can just hold on to your tools in hand and then just like put everything in bench and just burst damage. So the Den EX is pretty good. Diancie EX is good, but I would say it takes more setup because you need to have Gardevoir, Mega Gardevoir, in the first place. It does patch Mega Gardevoir's damage output because Gardevoir doing only 110 is not that good.
what makes that build okay is retreating the Gardevoir doesn't lose you the game because you have Diantha to like heal her so she doesn't get sniped later. In, Sabrina and Cyrus don't close out the game later. But Mega Diancie generally does a lot more damage after you set it up. So, well, Hisui and Zoriak, that one's more interesting to me. I think that, as far as the you pair that with Butterfree. Because the Caterpie is legitimately broken. If you start with Caterpie, the deck works. You get Metapod, and then if you're going... Basically, if you put the Caterpie at the end of your opponent's turn, you get the Metapod, and then you drop the Butterfree really fast. And Butterfree doing 1 damage... Butterfree doing 1 damage plus... Butterfree doing 1 damage, 1 energy, 60 damage is very good, very early game. So what makes Butterfree unique is you dump 6 Pokemon into the graveyard, basically. Because to get to Hisui and Zoroark, I think the weakness for that deck specifically... Okay, so basically, here's the strategy. You basically summon 2 Butterfree, you throw them at the opponent, they die, and then you clean up with Hisui and Zoroark. The only problem with that build is you can get cheesed by Sabrina if you're on the second Butterfree, for example. So like if your first Butterfree dies, you have 3 Pokemon in the grave, and then you're gonna try to, kill with the second Butterfree. But if they Sabrina you, then you don't actually do that much damage. And the Butterfree that they put you in the bench and they force out your Hisui and Zoroark, it like reverses because the Butterfree in bench is bad late game. 60 damage late game is not good. And your Hisui and Zoroark is also weaker. So the ideal for that deck is 1-1-2 price. So you go Butterfree, second Butterfree, then Zoroark. So I think that strategy is functional. I don't think it's that bad. The Den might be the more, I guess, competitive one. But I could see people... I don't know. I don't know about Mega Diancie, but I could be wrong about that one. I just don't know how I feel about a deck that requires you to draw Rare Candy and Mega Gardevoir, and then you can finally start playing with Mega Diancie. But if you were to play Mega Gardevoir, Mega Diancie does fulfill a role of doing a lot of damage. But it just takes a lot of setup, So... Alright, where do I send you all again? There's no one playing... Oh, actually... Actually, let me see. Maybe I send you guys to someone playing Ace Attorney, but I don't know. They can cook? Yeah. Emolga seems like the one that requires less setup. We're almost done with the trilogy, which is kind of cool. Alright, so we'll see how long it takes to get to the... Okay, we're gonna... That is... Okay, I was gonna raid someone, but they're playing Pokemon XD and not Ace Attorney. So, okay, let me find someone else to raid. But yeah, the Den and Emolga actually seem like good. They're low investment. And like you actually can do a bunch of late game damage without getting your setup broken because you just hold on to your stuff. Maybe you can be like, if they copycat you as if you hold all your shit, you get goobed. But I think that's kind of like out of all the problems of the decks that I listed, that's probably like not the worst. Sorry, I'm still looking for someone to raid. Oh, okay. Corin's on. Go say hi to Corin. She's very sweet.
let her know. I don't know. Just say "Buh raid." All right, like "Buh raid." Actually, you know what? We'll just do the classic. My body is aging. Buh raid. Okay, if your heart desires, you can say, but ready up the blicky. Yeah, you can say ready up the blicky. But yeah, I vouch for Corin. She's pretty sweet. She's pretty funny. Looks like she's playing some demos. Holy moly, she's got Chirikawas. Okay, she likes Chirikawa. That's pretty based. Okay, so I don't know what I'm gonna do tomorrow. I have work, and I should probably just do my I could probably take a break. But yeah. Thank you for joining me. Bye-bye.